everybody. It's a me, Markio. I have to find a new way every single time to tell people that I'm coming on here for another Gab and Doodle. How is everybody? I know not everybody's on here and it's just me talking to myself right now, but I hope everybody's having a good Thursday night or potentially Friday morning or a Thursday afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. But it is a Gab and Doodle. It's officially 8 o'clock here, which means we're going to be starting here in just a minute. I'm going to, first of all, I got to get in close. I'll try to do this without losing eye contact with the camera. I'll try to get my iPad set up high in a way that I can still see it over there in the corner and it's working. So let me put in my my standard Ask Us Anything, and I will try to sort of keep an eye on that, and if there's any fun comments, I will share those. And my cat is doing something to the side. I don't know what my cat's doing. But I'll let our guest, I see our guest is here right now. I'll give a little wave to our guest, and I'll let our guest in 1 second. But I'm going to let people know a couple of things real quick. One, all this stuff gets posted to YouTube over the weekend. My guess is, or I try to do over the weekend. Sometimes it's on Monday. Shh, don't tell anybody. But I try to post that, and so you'll get a chance to see that there. It's still up on my live, or on my feed here on Instagram, so you can check it there. But a couple of heads up, this weekend at the Silver Unicorn Bookstore in Acton, Massachusetts, if anybody's going to be in the area, there is a kids graphic novel festival. There are 3 hosts, Jarrett Lerner, myself, and Maddie. Oh, wow. It's been a long day. Lauren, help me. Hello, it's Maddie. Maddie. Wow. My brain just had a complete meltdown. I can picture Maddie. I just can't pull the last name. Oh, no. Lauren, you got to help me out here. But the 3 of us are going to be hosting the festival. And I am doing one stage, the others are doing other stages. Maddie Frost, thank you. What? I had F, but I couldn't figure out what the last name was. Maddie Frost. So we're going to be hosting various panels and whatnot, but one of the things that's going to happen is there's going to be 2 live Gab and Doodles, hour-long Gab and Doodles from the festival. I've never done this before, and so it might be an absolute hot mess. I got some stuff, hopefully some stuff set up to be able to do it, and we'll cross our fingers that it works. I need to actually make a note before I forget that I need to get drawing boards and paper tomorrow. Boards, yeah, let's just put that down. And all that's going to happen. We'll see how it works out. Hopefully everything runs smoothly. Either way, it's going to be fun. And if you're in the area, come to it. I'm going to let our guest in right now. Our guest for the night is Lydia Nichols. There we go, Lydia Nichols right there. Who has done a couple of books that we know here in our house. My Shape is Sam. It sounded like I was having trouble with the words. And Space Matters. I have all sorts of questions about these. I have worked with one of the publishers before, and I think they did an amazing job on it, and I can't wait to sort of find out some details behind the scenes. Let me let our guest in, though. So give me 1 second, and I will let in Lydia Nichols. Oh, hopefully it works. Invite is sent.
Hello.
Hello. I just realized, I'm really low on this thing. Let me try that. There we go. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Am I coming in with too much energy right off the bat?
No, I'm just terrified of the internet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hide behind a mug.
Okay.
As I mentioned, this is meant to be casual. There's no pressure or anything of the sort. So if you decide that you want to scribble, I was trying to think of some scribble cacti for the entire time, that's okay. it's up to you, whatever you
That's
want to
great.
do.
That might exactly. No, I was actually thinking, I don't play enough these days. I spend a lot
Okay.
of time just cranking out images. So I'm excited to just
Make.
not really, yeah, just noodle around and not really have
I
a goal in mind.
I don't really have much. My son had an idea of what I could work on tonight. I don't know if it will work out, but I know I want to play with blue and green. That's what I got
That's
so
good.
far. Yeah,
I'm wearing blue and green. I'm all for it. I came dressed to match.
thematic. Um, so thank you for joining us. This is an honor to have you on. I've known you since the My Shape is Sam because it's Page Street. And I've
Yeah,
worked
yeah.
Page Street in the past, and I remember seeing all sorts of like upcoming books for this year. And I was like, oh, there's all these books, and I was like, what's that one? I want to find that one. So this one came out, and I was very excited. And I must tell you, I read it again tonight before we came on, just to make sure that I like remembered, because we had gotten it ages ago, and then I got it again. And one of the things that I wanted to point out that I was like so excited by at first, I had questions. I was like, why do they round the corners? What's going on? And then I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, the story. And then I realized like it's such a smart design choice, and I don't know if people
Yeah.
will notice it. Like at first, to me, I forgot about that little moment in the story, and then when I reread it, I was like, oh, that makes total sense. But not everybody's going to understand. Do you have
I have a copy, and I'm taking it out because that's not my. I mean, that is one of my favorite parts about it. And if you read the story, you'll see why.
makes
But
sense.
the other thing I love is that when you take the
The dust jacket.
this is a view of my ceiling because you get a nice
Undies.
big Sam, which I think is just really, it's very simple, but it's nice that
It is smart decisions and all your, and I know that you had some say in that. Did you have say in the rounded corners?
they actually had that idea, and I was like, yes, brilliant, perfect.
Yeah.
It was a great team to work with. This was my first, not my first book, but my first picture book.
Was that Julia that you worked with on that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who is no longer there, but lovely art director, and I forget what where she moved on to, but made some really smart decisions on some of the books that I worked on too, and was like super collaborative and helpful through the whole process. So
Absolutely.
Oh, I forgot to do this. I just jumped into like, let me ask about a book. Why don't you tell everybody watching who you are and what you do?
Hello.
I always say, in case they don't know, which they should know, but why don't you give them a clue on sort of background a little bit here?
Sure. Hello, I'm Lydia. I'm an illustrator or an image maker. Sometimes I think of it more that way. Let's see, what do? I draw things, mostly anthropomorphic things. I do a lot of work in children's publishing, picture books and board books and games and puzzles, that kind of stuff. I also work as a doodler for Google. That's sort of the other. So I can confidently say I spend all day, pretty much every day, drawing. Yes. Some books are better than others in terms of my art making. But yeah, it's everything's this is where I stutter and mumble a lot. I think we all look back even on recent projects and we go, oh, I could have done that differently. And that's exciting though, because I think that means that's something new to try for the next thing. So it's always,
it shows
everything is growth
too. It shows that you've gotten better over time. Today I did a thing at school where I had to present to the faculty and students about some of the work that I had, and I put all my books out there and realized, like, someone asked me what's my favorite book, and I kind of looked at them all and I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't have, like, obviously there's books that are decent in there, but I have such a critical eye to them all that it's very hard to sit there and go like, this one's perfect. Like, none of them are perfect in any way. They all have issues, and part of it is just aesthetically, I feel like I've grown. Mm-hmm. So it's not even that there's an issue with the book, but just I have changed how I approach work. Yeah. And it feels old at this point. Not that it's bad, but it just feels old.
And I imagine that that runs true for you too in all of these books, that like your first books and your second book. I mean, under the assumption that Space Matters is one of the newer ones, I'm guessing that you did a lot of things in that you wanted to do or didn't think about doing in something like My Name is Sam. Wait, yeah, My Shape is Sam. There we go. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Just learn how to decide better, essentially, as you go along. And
yeah.
I will have questions, because I have questions about the Google Doodle thing, because that's an interesting play. But how many books total have you done? I was trying to total it up earlier tonight.
I think with all the board books and the ones that are coming out this year, it's around 24, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Somewhere in there.
A lot.
Yeah.
And that's board books and
picture books.
Yeah. Do you find one harder than the other to manage?
They're very different. A lot of the board books I work on, not all of them, but a lot of them have engineering components.
Yeah.
Whether it's a die cut or a mechanical piece. So that introduces a different challenge or parameter, which can be really fun. And then picture books, it's just a longer narrative that and often I think there's more opportunity to do secondary storytelling.
Yeah.
Like that's ideally what's happening in a picture book, is that the words say one thing and the pictures build on that. So it's not just like, it's not like the version of someone giving a presentation where they're reading the slide and you're like, but I can read that too. You want to give the kids something to chew on. But board books are for a little bit of a younger audience, so I think they tend to be a little more straightforward.
Do you know Mike Petrick's work?
Mm-hmm.
He just commented, "My brain just heard you say 2000, and I did a spit take. I also heard 2000 at first, and then had to correct
2000.
Yes,
let's stick with that.
Like, wow, what is going on here? Like, you have a whole corner of a bookstore dedicated. It's like Mo Willems, where you go into a bookstore and you're like, there's like a couple of books by individuals, and then all of a sudden there's like 3 shelves that are all Mo Willems books.
Yeah. No, I'm far from that. But yeah.
Still, I mean, 24 books is a solid amount. I mean, I'm nowhere near that at this point, and I know that each one of those, even if it is a smaller, like board books, yeah, like you said, they may be 8 spreads, or there might be a small sort of spread count, but there's a lot more sort of like logistics, especially in these like the mechanical side. Do you get to choose how those work on those, or do they tell you like on this page it literally has to be a pull out, and this one has to be a dial, and this one has to be?
Yeah, for the I Thought I Saw series, which is the oldest series of books I've worked on, they did more or less provide rough mechanicals.
Okay.
That I worked with, and then for I don't know what to call it, the Some series, Some Dogs, Some Cats. I'm working on a third one now. Those aren't interactive in the same way. They're just like layered view, which, I mean, I guess take a tour of the studio. So they work, you can see like it's a layered view, but so I do all the engineering on this. I guess that makes it sound so much fancier than it is. But like I have it so that you're getting the same shape and then building on it and then building on it. And the first one I did, I was like, oh, that sounds like such a great project. How fun. And then I started on it. I was like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. I have to figure out what I'm drawing and how to cut it and how to layer it all at the same time. But after the first one, each subsequent one has gotten easier, and they're pretty fun.
It always like bewilders me, the idea of when you have a book like that it makes sense on the front of the page, but then you flip it to the back of that panel, or like, you flip the first page on that, and it has to make sense on the back too, to that shape that you have the cut, or like the equivalent of, you have a hole through a page and it looks cool, you get to see the next page, but then when you flip it the other way, you're looking to the previous page that was already there, because that hole still is there in the book. And I'm like, I don't mind blown that people can get away with that kind of stuff. So tonight we're just gonna doodle and play. But I tell everybody, if you have to leave at any point, you leave. I mean, tell me. Don't just hop off.
I'm just gonna peace out.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now that I usually go to bed at 10.
Wait, what time zone are you in?
I'm on the East Coast.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm just letting you know I'm gonna aim to make it till 10, but I'm an old lady and I may have a cat wander in at like 9:30 and start yelling because she's also an old lady.
Gotcha.
She'll be like, "It's time. It's time."
Are you in Philly?
No, I'm in upstate New York now.
Okay.
I can't seem to sit still.
I was trying to track
around.
like where you were. I didn't see it on the website if I remember correctly. And then I was looking through the books again. I was like, okay, it says somewhere northeast, and then I think it said northwest maybe at some point. I don't remember. And then it said Philly or Pennsylvania somewhere, and I was like, so
I lived in the Bay for a minute.
Yeah.
I've in New York City and Philly. Yeah, it's all over.
So two questions. One, and it's one of them was sort of what we're going to draw tonight, and that if you had some previous plan, that's great. But the other big question, my wife keeps track. I don't know if you watched these before, but my wife keeps track of what everybody uses for materials, whether it be digital or traditional, and posts it so everybody knows sort of what was used. Do you have a sense of what you're using material-wise tonight?
All sorts of stuff, because tonight is play night.
Okay.
I'm gonna get off the computer. I have no plans for what to draw, but I have scraps of what do you call it? Speedball. So I'm probably gonna do some cutouts and stamps and then draw on that. I have some aquarelle crayons to play with, colored pencils, markers, charcoal pencils. I'm thinking some cut paper.
Everything.
I think I'm yeah. I don't know. I can't.
Okay.
I
Dude.
Did I fail my homework assignment?
No. Just do me a favor. If you pull in some new material, just like yell out what you're using, and then
Sure.
she can keep track of it and add it to her list, because she literally takes notes and watches this for 4 hours when I do it. And so
What an angel.
I know. She deserves all the pay that I make doing illustration. But if there is something that you throw in that's new, just holler and I'll try to keep track of it. I have a feed up here that's about a 10-second delay somewhere in there, so I kind of keep track of like when people comment, and I can see stuff as we go along. So other than that, we can just start drawing and we can get our faces off screen if you want, if that's easier. Yeah, very quickly. But we'll just see where it goes. And I have questions. I have had very little sleep today. Or this last night, I might get.
That's fine. It's been a day for me too.
Yeah.
So if I'm all
yeah,
it's good. We'll
that's
figure
when
it out.
Gets fun. It gets to me. That's when the weirdness comes out. So why don't we switch to whatever down shoot, however you need to do it.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
I will try not to hang up on you when I do this.
Okay.
This whole setup it's not pro.
Is it a tripod?
It is a tripod. Does that work?
You are sideways. Is there a way to turn the camera 90 degrees so it's vertical? Okay, put your hands in the equation then. Let me see there. It's upside down. Can you? Perfect.
Like this?
Perfect.
Great. Now this can be recorded for all of time, so people
for
know
posterity's sake. Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to go up on YouTube. You're going to be YouTube famous by the end of the night. So
my dream.
Yeah, it's not as glamorous as they make it out in all the influencers. It's this kind of stuff, trying to figure out our camera and where our hands are as we go along. We got a signal drop.
No,
there
I
it goes.
think
okay.
That's because I'm not. Let me think about how to do this so that it works.
Do you need?
But
is that a power issue?
Clamp it's wanting to press all my buttons.
Gotcha.
But I also don't want to do this upside down. So we can just chat and I'll figure it out and it'll be
here. I'll watch from my end and we'll chat while you rearrange. There's no pressure again. if you need to take time, don't feel like you got to rush through stuff. What I would ask of you is I need to know what I'm drawing tonight. And because I want to use blue-green, should I do something water-based? Should I do something that is like floral? I'm trying to think of like, and it could be something wildly different. It could be like, you know what, something opposite of blue-green, or like it could be people that are blue and green, and that's okay. But
I'm just gonna say bugs, insects.
Bugs. I can do bugs. Bugs are fun.
Know, like a blue butterfly.
Ooh, you know, I don't think I've done a butterfly in ages. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time. Okay, I'll start making something. You know what I'll do is I'm gonna wing it, which is the fun part. I have no idea what I'm gonna make, and it's just gonna happen. So tell me a little bit while you set up there, and it looks like it's pretty good right now. But now
yeah. If only I could stand and hold it the whole time.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll just wait. That didn't work, did it? Now I'm looking at the ceiling. Okay. Oh. Oh my God.
I'm watching. This is like, there's going to be this magic moment where it all comes together.
I just want, okay. Is this working? Is this fine?
Hold on a second. I got to look at my phone feed. You're upside down right now.
I'm still upside down. I'm still up.
Can you take the camera out and do that? Yes.
Yeah, but, Mark, this is going to be a problem.
Can you tilt it a little bit, or could you move the tripod to the side?
Yes, I'm gonna, wow, this is exactly how I envision this whole thing going. Just, remember when I said I work at Google?
This is, you have all the folks at Google watching right now, just laughing in the background as all this happened. Ooh, cicadas. That's a good one. I saw Mike Petrick say that. That's a good bug one.
Am I in the right direction now?
Hold on. Let me see. Yes.
Great.
I think we got it.
Okay. Well, sorry for the tripod leg, but
it's okay. When I do this with people, there have been all sorts of setups, and a lot of people get upset that you see a tripod leg, but in reality, I think the fun part of this for most people is not always the visual, which is kind of sad to hear when you're putting in all your time and effort into the artwork, but it's the conversation so there's a lot of people that draw and listen, so this is okay.
Well, great. I'll put very little time and effort into the drawing then.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I kind of said something I shouldn't have there. Okay, so tell me a little bit about sort of art career, how you got into all of this, the chaos, the craziness of both kidlit, but also sort of the you said image making versus illustration, which means that it entails more than that. And in fact, I know it does. As far as it's not always, it's icon making and design work and all these other things. But how did all this start? Where was the beginning?
Oh, well, I suppose I was born, and then things really took off from there. And I'll just narrate this for the camera. I have some scraps of speedball. I don't remember what this stuff is called. It's like the flexible printmaking stuff.
Yeah. Is it? Oh, it's the white stuff, or the like off-white.
This one's pink. I have some scraps.
Okay.
Sometimes I think it's fun just to play around with shapes, so maybe I'll throw some stuff down and see what comes out. With some cheap, junky ink pads rather than real brayer and ink, just to keep it simple. Where did it? Yes, right. I was born. Did you ever do one of those things in elementary school that was, all about me, or like what I want to be when I grow up, that kind of stuff? I did one, and I remember because I put the poster up beside my bed and had it there for many years. That was what I want to be when I grow up. grow up, and I wrote either a vet or a cartoonist. And I always think that being an illustrator that draws a lot of animals kind of split the difference.
Yeah. Do you think you could actually be a vet now? Like, I know a lot of people who said vet when they were young and then realized that, like, sometimes you have to put animals down.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I would probably,
Yeah.
I could not do it. It was all lies.
Yeah.
I didn't know the reality.
You you chickened out at the last minute, right when you had to decide.
I was too naive. Yeah, no, I went to art school for undergrad at Syracuse University. I got my BFA in illustration, and then I moved to New York City. I'm laughing because at this time it's 2007 and the economy's humming, and I had a little freelance gig with the Museum of Modern Art doing whatever design work for them. How I landed a design job, I don't really know, because I didn't really have any design work, but probably some indications that I was interested in design in my work.
Were you a designy illustrator at the time? I mean, you're kind of a designy illustrator now, but was that sort of the vibe of your work at that moment?
Oh, the vibe was not good. It was not the greatest work, if I'm being honest. Maybe. I mean, I liked doing handmade type and stuff like that.
Okay.
I hated painting. When I was in high school, I knew I wanted to go to school for art, and I was like, anything but painting. I just don't like painting. I don't really know what I thought that meant. So I applied to animation and illustration programs, and eventually landed in an illustration program, and was extremely disappointed to find out that meant painting. I was like, but this is literally what I don't want to do. So it was a lot of struggling. And for a minute, I almost switched to printmaking. And because this was sort of pre-computers.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't exist, but it was 2003 to 7, so it wasn't really part of the...
They weren't the high-powered machines we have today?
No.
Was this like
they weren't even that ubiquitous.
Was this a Blueberry iMac at the time? Is that what we're talking?
Oh, good question. Yeah, it was not... I mean, it was a little past that. Come on, I'm not that old. But not that far past it. Yeah, so... oh my God, how do you draw and talk? Lord.
It'll get easier. I will tell you, everybody comes on and gets worried, and then by half an hour in, you'll just be making, and it's but it does take a second to adjust to it. I will warn you.
Okay. Yes. So painting was not really my jam. And then eventually, by the time I graduated, I was like, cool. So now I have to learn how to be an illustrator all over again, because a lot of what I learned wasn't that helpful. I mean, foundationally, it was extremely helpful, but I was a little bit of a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah.
And so then I started to teach myself computer programs, Adobe Suite, basically. And that was so I could merge printmaking processes into my image making, so it's not practical to print make for one image. It's really meant to be a production thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Then
did the when you said sort of the you didn't learn this stuff in school, was it like, for me, this is gonna sort of I hope this doesn't just become me talking about me the whole night. Let's put it that way. But one of the things that was in school is there was a method in which they taught painting, or a method in which they taught technique. And I didn't like that technique. But when I later got out of school, I realized I didn't have to follow those rules anymore. Was that sort of when you're talking about that, like, shifting, was that kind of sentiment, or was it, or your concern with painting, rather, was that sort of the concern, or was it something else?
What year were you in school, if I may be so bold?
I graduated in the year 2000 from college.
Okay. So we're not too far off,
No.
I guess, because I was what, 2007.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do I put this diplomatically? It was just boring.
Okay.
Yeah. So, who, when you went to school, what was your inspiration? Who was your inspiration? Did you have?
Uh, my problem was, and I don't know if everybody had this issue, but I definitely know of quite a few that did, is it really depended on who I was looking at the time. So my first year, I was really into comics and sci-fi stuff. Sophomore year was editorial work. Junior year was children's books. And when I graduated, I thought I was going to be a graphic designer. And then I got into animation, and then I got back into editorial and whatnot. And so it was sort of just dependent. But when I started school, it really was looking at like sci-fi comics.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Mm-hmm.
like has nothing to do with what I do at this point. But
Yeah.
what's the thought there?
Oh, well, I just when I think the illustrator that really, well, let me back up and say I loved picture books as a kid.
Yeah.
I loved to read. And the one that really hooked me was The Stinky Cheese Man and Other Fairly Stupid Tales.
Gotcha.
That was the thing that blew my mind. And obviously, you know, Lane Smith back then was painting, and today I think he does more digital, but it wasn't that kind of painting in school.
Yeah.
It was a lot of like very naturalistic or very realistic, and I just found that kind of boring. Again, the foundational skills are really helpful. They're foundational, you might say, but it didn't feel like it was cultivating a strong voice, you know. It was really just more skills driven, and I think that's sort of why I felt antsy about it.
Gotcha. I mean, definitely in that era, the 2007. I mean, it's sort of the tail end of what I came out of school, which there was definitely a push towards in schooling. Let's put it that way. There was a push towards an aesthetic that was like highly rendered at the time, and
Yeah.
I was not that type of person. Now, when I was in school, I followed people like, or didn't follow because there wasn't that at the time, but I was interested in people like Jordan Issip and Gordon Weeb, who are actually kind of collage people now that I look back at it. But I know a lot of people that really, like, when they broke out because they could actually like paint a realistic bear and things of that sort, and that just wasn't me at the time. So I understand that sort of like the pressure that came from that sort of era. Let's put it that way. Was it also the paint itself? Like, did you actually like painting for yourself, or was it literally just class?
I don't know that I ever really liked painting because I mean, now I like textures and depth and things like that, but I think, you know, I didn't like shading and blending, and you know, it just, even today, perspective, not really a fan.
Yep. I get it. I'm right there. Yeah. I see people who do these, like, and I can teach it. I can be like, oh, your lighting's wrong and you need to put a sort of a reflective light bounced off of this here and there and all that kind of stuff. But like, I have no interest in doing some crazy, like, beautifully rendered, like, candlelit scene. That is not, that has never been me. So I understand the sentiment 100% in that situation. Were you always sort of shape driven? Because you are, I mean, and forgive me because I may be like sort of, I don't want it to be pigeonholing, but I do think of you as sort of that designer illustrator who likes with shape as a like your bread and butter of illustration.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think I originally was very line driven. I liked lots of little details, and it's funny, when you invited me to do this, I was like, that's so nice, this is so terrifying, and then it sent me into a crisis of who am I and what do I do and what does it mean to be an illustrator.
Oh no.
You really, thank you for this existential crisis that you gifted me. Um,
We'll call it a yeah, it's not an existential crisis, it's a moment of reflection.
okay, sure.
Yeah, we'll find a nice way to spin it. You,
No, but I mentioned that because you know, it made me think, okay, who am I? What do I do? Am I an illustrator? And the reason I said image maker earlier is because I realize I don't want to say I don't like to draw. I do like to draw, but I realize that I like to build. I like to. I have come to really like playing with shape because it's sort of a building block. It feels like a puzzle, and
yeah,
everything's about can you make the pieces fit. And then I tend to like to put line on top of that because I really like the interplay of shape and line and the contrast you can get there. And this is why I think I always sort of like to be inspired by printmaking, because to me, that's sort of what, not necessarily what printmaking is, but what it can be. You know, I don't have to worry about blending paint and, oh no, can I get that same color back, and you know,
yeah,
whatever. It's just I like that printmaking is extremely process driven,
okay,
and
I get
so,
that.
so that's what I try to build into my practice even now, is just
Do you
to have a process, which is I think why I kind of touch on the design thing, or why I like, you know, even the uh, engineering, for lack of a better term, of the books and stuff. I love all that kind of process and figuring out, and does it fit together and stuff.
do you when you're making like even the Space Matters and the some of the board books and things of that sort. I mean, obviously there is a age range that you sort of play in, which tends to be on a little bit on that sort of younger side of picture books. You know, the just because of the text range and sort of the concept of like we're talking about space, or we're talking about shape, or we're talking about those things. Do you find that your interest in shape and interest in as you said, that sort of building block kind of thinking, do you think that helps in that situation? Do you think that is, I mean, I'm under the assumption that it does, because it really, like, you're going back to your roots of, like, you know, having building blocks as little kids and putting them together and whatnot. But am I off on that?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm not sure I've ever really thought about it in that way.
I'm really giving you tough questions here. Of like, it really maybe it is an existential crisis.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do sometimes worry that I am gonna get pigeonholed into a certain type of project or book.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, just real talk. It's really important to carve out time for yourself. So when I said, like, I want to just play tonight and not necessarily have an image in mind, it's because I don't do it enough. And I think I think that's crucial, that kind of exploration and failure and just playing around.
Yeah.
And I was very aware when starting Space Matters that I did not want it to turn into just a rote assignment. I really wanted to play. I had done some playing before where I was scanning in line work and working with digital shapes, and that was important to me. And so I had to prioritize that. For things like board books, I don't know that it makes as much sense, both in terms of timing, but also in terms of the audience. Like I said, younger kids, it's sort of like the bolder and
Yeah.
easier to read, the better. So that's a long way of saying, you know, I think that's an interesting thing that you've picked up. That makes a lot of sense. I hope that's how kids see it, that it's relatable to them, the illustrations. But I certainly want to make sure that I'm not pigeonholing myself or failing to grow or experiment, or,
Yeah.
you know.
No, that makes sense. I mean, it's the equivalent of there's speaking of that sort of age range, and it's and I don't know if everybody really plays around with it in the same way, but there are like educational standards on when kids should learn about different concepts. So things like, you know, shapes, or learn about, you know, how to name colors. And there is a age where that sort of kicks in or makes it easier on kids. And there's one of the illustrators I mentioned at the beginning of this that's going to be the host of the thing I'm going to be on Saturday, mentioned that he tries to keep his characters relatively simple in shape and design, because it makes it easier for other little kids to learn how to draw them.
And
I was
that
like,
makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And like most of the time I'm thinking like, okay, stuff has to be complex, or it has to be really artsy and whatnot. And like he came in with this statement that really sort of blew my mind, that it doesn't always have to be the most amazing thing, because sometimes the kids just need something that they can relate to, like a skill level they can relate to. They can draw a circle, and that makes sense to them. And so like I look at your books and I think not necessarily that they're not for the smart kids or anything like that, but more so just like the simplicity of design helps in that sort of educational sort of age range where kids are learning how to draw, or they're understanding shape or color, or, you know, concepts that really make sense for that market. And I don't think that pigeonholes of any sort. I just think it sort of is like almost subject appropriate. And who knows if there's a different subject, if it changes. I mean, if you have a concept book that's about like texture, well, obviously you can't go super flat. And you have a book that's about, you know, like it's going to change from project to project, hopefully. So
No, I think you're right. I definitely try to keep in mind my audience when figuring out exactly what level of detail, or, you know, how much texture, or how much you know, complexity. So yeah, I mean,
it's the equivalent of looking at someone like Sophie Blackall, who does amazing work, but no little kid is going to go like, ooh, I'm going to try drawing that that object and expect it to be anywhere near what she does, because she's playing on a sort of like an elevated playing field compared to what kids can actually accomplish at the time. So tell me a little bit about so you got out, you're doing work for you know, some design stuff. Was there a moment in which the kid book sort of world fell in your lap? Did you go out and hunt it down? Was it, you know, how did that side of the business become part of your oeuvre?
I've had a lot of really good luck in my life. The first series I did was the I Thought I Saw. The inaugural one was I Thought I Saw a Dinosaur. And that was a UK publisher that reached out to me. I think I don't know, I get a ton of work in the UK. I don't know if people think my name sounds British or something, or if it's the hello that I use. I'm not trying to trick anyone, full disclosure. I don't know why this happened. I swear it was all good intentions. But yeah, so I get a fair amount of outreach from there. And that was the first one. And then the first picture book I did was My Shape is Sam by Page Street. And that actually came about from attending the SCBWI conference. You know, I saw a bunch of speakers, and then I sent out some postcards afterwards, if you can believe it. And yeah.
Which conference were you at? Was it New York, or was it?
New York one in 2016, 17, somewhere in there. Yes, definitely pre-pandemic. Yeah.
I was gonna say some of those they're not up and operational, or they've slowed down in a way. So is it something wherein I mean, you said that you knew sort of early on that you liked kids books, or that's always been a part of your life. Was that something that sort of you had hoped to do at that time, or was that more of just you got the offer and great, now it's the opportunity to do it.
No, I did want to do picture books. If I were to go back and tell you the full story,
Okay.
you know, this is maybe another, I don't want to say gripe, but challenging part of my undergrad experience was there was some gendered approaches. It was sort of like a lot of the dudes did sci-fi and comics and
Yep.
whatever, and then all the girls were doing picture books, and I was like, and of course all the dudes were doing the editorial work as well, and I was like, I don't know about this does not seem right. And so even though I had a strong love for picture books, I think I was feeling frustrated by those, that I don't want to say expectations, but sort of just that status quo that was operating. And so it's not that I think always secretly wanted to do them, but I didn't really pursue it because I wanted to see what else I could do. And then, you know, I matured and the opportunity came along and I was like, this is amazing. And now that's a lot of what I do. But
I'm not sure that everybody knows, or the people that are listening, or potentially like the younger audience understands how, like, yes, gendered illustration was.
Yeah.
At a certain time, like when I went through school, it was maybe I want to say maybe like 60% guys, 40% girls. And it's, of course, it was more not as binary probably in the way that it was presented, but at the time that was how it was defined. And now it's primarily a female heavy population that goes to art school. And it's got all sorts of reasons for that and whatnot, but back before my time, even, it was pretty much a man's world, however you want to state it. And it was very, very gender and misogynistic and whatnot. And so I don't think it was it's taken a long time to get to the point wherein things have shifted. Let's put it that way. So I hear you 100% on that like it is, Kidlit was considered like, you can't do that if you're a man because that's too sweet and cutesy, and you need to draw big muscles and sexualize people in weird ways. And I think that's sort of what also turned me off to the idea of a lot of it when I was in school of going into that world, is like, I don't want to just draw muscly people all the time. I don't want to draw the like superhero thing because it didn't, like, I was a weirder kid than that. And so I understand it. I think it is not just your concern. I think it's the concern of a lot of folks that went through that time frame, looking back at it.
Well, how did you make the switch away from muscled men into?
Well, when I realized I couldn't get those muscles myself. No, I think as I was working, I just saw people doing stuff that was more abstract than what part of it was just literally like, and I don't know about you, but in my high school, we were presented with, you know, great teacher, but he just didn't have a wealth of knowledge outside of a certain range. And so getting into art college, when you get presented with other artists that were wild and different and challenging from your expectations of what illustration is, that's when it got exciting for me. And so seeing people like Jordan Issip and seeing people that were doing sort of like printmaking techniques like you're doing, and doing some of these other sort of material choices, I just wasn't presented with that before. And so that really sort of opened my eyes as to what I could get away with. And it was that sort of, I mean, obviously you said that like the painting was very sort of rigid, and I think it probably was for me too when I was going through school, but I do think that it's sort of the one advantage of school was I did get to see a bunch of things that maybe at the time I didn't understand how they would affect me. But over time, I look back and I go, oh, I saw some really interesting things, and now I can take advantage of some of those nuances. Let's put it that way. Was that?
Yeah.
Does that sound familiar, or is that? I'm older.
Oh, I don't.
So
Yeah,
maybe
I
it's
mean,
different,
I
but
I certainly don't mean to imply I got nothing out of my experience,
yeah.
though I will say that it can be as helpful to know what you don't like as it is to know what you do
Yes.
like. Or I think one of the big revelations I had right after school was finally realizing the difference between what I like to look at and what I like to make. Because
Okay. And
I like to look at a lot of different things,
yeah.
but that doesn't mean I want to create that I like those processes.
Yep.
That
Yep.
and that I think is a tough thing when you're young. Honestly, is to make that distinction, especially when you're in school and professors are like, oh, mimic this person or try this or do that, and you
Yeah.
can kind of your identity isn't fully formed, and so it can be sort of confusing to know where you land, what you actually want to do. So, it, I had that epiphany, like Josh Cochran, especially his older work was, it's so dense. It's dense.
When he was doing some of the brighter color stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
or like cities full of people and
yes.
animals walking through or whatever. And I love that stuff. But hell, I don't want to make things like that. That's like my nightmare. Oh my God, that's way too many elements and there's all this perspective. But I did love also that it had sort of a printmaking vibe. Just the application of line and color and stuff like that. So it took me some time to realize there's a kernel in everything I look at that resonates with me.
Yeah.
But it may not be the whole thing. And that helped me to sort of tap into my own voice. And also to realize that style is just one part of your voice, it's the aesthetic side, but there's the humor, the perspective, or the
concept, the approach, the process. Yeah, there's all the, what's funny is you bring up Josh Cochran. I remember specifically the doctor's office I was sitting in when I first saw his book or his work in a magazine. I mean, like, who is this person? I need to find out who this person is. And like now it's funny because he's doing like kidlit stuff, which I never would have thought that he would be in that range, because what he was doing at the time was sort of high concept editorial work.
Yeah.
And work has become very, very different as time goes on.
Bless you.
Thank you. That idea of like sort of the self-discovery of that moment is huge. And I mean, you do know that I teach at college, right?
Yeah, I thought I had read that, and I teach classes too.
Okay.
at the university level. I
was trying to like make you feel guilty for saying stuff. I absolutely agree 100% with what you're saying, and I do think that like there was a built-in pressure, and I think there probably still is on a regular basis, to sort of like somehow do what the professor wants you to do, but in reality that's sort of self-imposed in a lot of situations. Like I tell my students, like, one, I don't really want you doing what I do because you just give me competition. And two, I also think that in reality, even if you try to do what I do, you're going to do something that's wildly different and it's going to have its own voice. And so like, don't even try to mimic or somehow get towards the work that I like. And to be honest, and if you're teaching at this point, you probably know the same thing. Like the work that you and I are making is generally not the same thing that students are interested in at this point. It's
how dare
they're not
you?
interested in like really interesting design work. They're interested in character concept ideas and world building, and it's a whole different ball game. What do you teach when you teach?
Recently, I've been teaching illustration for product.
Okay.
So that kind of brings in some of the design background. After I got my BFA, I worked in New York City for 4 years, and then I went back to school for my MFA in, technically it's in graphic and interactive design, which I think is hilarious because I did no interactive design. At Tyler School of Art, that's my plug in Philly. Fantastic program. And what was so great about the program is that they are really about design thinking. So there were painters and writers and illustrators and designers. It was a real grab bag of people with varying past experiences, but we all kind of had like interest in design thinking. And so I kind of learned design stuff on the fly, but all of my projects were incredibly illustrative. And I think that positioned me well to do the stuff I do today.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mostly try to help students familiarize themselves with type and layout and what is it like when your illustration is in real life. I don't know if you find this to be the case, but I think students are just like glued to their iPads and don't ever look at anything else. And I'm like, well, even if you stick with 2D surfaces, there's still a different experience when you hold a book or you open a paper or a magazine, and students should get used to experiencing things not on an electronic surface. Because
DMY cables is RGB. There is
absolutely.
And then, as you know, I have to be careful. Some of my students may be listening, so hopefully they understand the sentiment behind it. But I 100% agree that the idea of I used to work at a school wherein the chair of the department said that your work was not done. It was not complete until you printed it out and brought it into class. That it can't be on screen. And at the time I was like, why does that matter? Like, that seems like extra work for these students and they can't afford the print sometimes and whatnot. But now I look at it and I go, oh, I get it. I get the idea that like, you're not equating for, you know, a huge portion of what the industry is, that most of the time your work is not going to stay on screen and your colors are going to shift and the values are going to change. And you know, at some point I'll probably go towards implementing that in my class. But it is it is a interesting thing when you talk about like, especially product design or packaging and those kind of things. Like, it's more than just a little doodle on a screen, that it is tangible and physical, and you move it around in your hands and look at it.
I have to admit, I make students print things out.
Nice.
Not at every stage, but in the later stages, just because I find scaling to be a really big issue.
Yep.
And this also, you know, when you can pinch and zoom in, people start putting way too much detail in, and I'm like, yeah, but okay, this is like I don't know. If it's editorial, what do you look like 3 by 4 inches or something? It's not a huge space.
Yep.
And I think it's really important to understand how your art sits in the space. So yes, I am the person that's like, actually,
I like
you must print this out.
I like it. I mean, the scale thing, but it also, I think that one of the problems that I have every once in a while, and it doesn't hit all the time, but we have students that will come through that just didn't pay attention to DPI.
Oh my God.
And then all of a sudden, I had a senior in the fall, who shall remain nameless, who worked on their project for a good portion of the semester, their final project, and then did not realize they were doing it at whatever the iPad set itself at like 100. No, it was like 98 DPI or something like that. And I was like, buddy, you're gonna have to redo all these. Like, there's just no way you can save these and make it look the way that you want. And it's one of those things, like, you don't know until you start to go to print or get used to the idea that your work has to look good in print, that is going to be a concern.
Yup. Yeah. I mean, I try to, I don't know, this is how I like to run class, is I basically, I'm there to be a teacher, but also I'm there to be sort of a super understanding art director.
Yep.
And so, yeah, everything is, I try to give assignments like I receive them from art directors. So there's a lot of time spent on specs and meeting timelines and just professionalism and being able to talk about your work in a meaningful way, and then being able to talk about other people's works, the students' classmates' work, in ways that show they understand that person's work. So by that I mean, oh, hello, it's not time for bed yet.
Oh.
by that I mean, you know, like one of my favorite examples is a student who worked pretty graphically, put up some concepts, and compositionally, like they weren't working. There were some legibility issues. And another student was like, you know, if you introduce some atmospheric perspective, and I was like, it's true that that would help if that's how that person worked, but that's really outside their visual language. So let's try to find things that, you know, make sense. Like, you know, telling me to, I don't know, draw more realistically, it's not going to help that much. You know, we're not going to get anywhere. So,
so the idea of like pick and choose your battles in the sense of that student, their goal or the goal for you as a teacher may not necessarily be to solve atmospheric perspective for the day. It may literally just be like, first you got to figure out how to compose, and that assignment is, we don't need to jump the gun and get into something that is past that level, but also maybe not fundamentally important at this stage in the game for said student. Did you find when you were in school that there was a movement towards sort of everybody had the same assignment? Or was there a lot of flexibility by the time that you were taking classes?
I mean, like every student in a class was working
like
under the same parameters,
draw the same image or had the same prompt?
I think that's mostly how my assignments worked, and probably still more or less how I give them. I mean, with obviously room for exploration, but
the one thing that I've seen and I think has been helping me a lot in the classroom is just like, I used to do a one-size-fits-all assignment, and I realized that thematically it's easier to deal with a thematic device that was one-size-fits-all, but the application was very different for each student. And so I think when I first started teaching, it was like, everybody follow these steps and you'll be fine. And now it's I realized that, you know, like I said, some students struggle with step 1 and some students struggle with step 10, and you can't treat them the exact same. And so it also depends on the type of student. But okay, let's talk about you and your artwork. I'm going to go back to that because I don't know how we got into teaching. I could spend forever talking about teaching because that is like my day job of sorts. So you get into Kidlit, you get this book. Oh, first I want to go back. You mentioned that people think you're English because of potentially the way you spell hello. Why did you spell it that way? Give me the dirt.
The dirt is that my now spouse, I'm pretty sure she just used it a lot in our early dating days, and I thought it was really charming and adopted it.
Okay.
And I think I want to say something stupid like, I don't know. I've always, you know, I try to have sort of a low-key internet presence too, despite being on video right now and telling you all of my life story.
All your
So it also was sort of like, oh, I can be me and have a little bit extra layer of, I don't know, anonymity, I guess, or something.
I love the spelling of it, but I knew there had to be, it couldn't be just like, oops, I accidentally typed it in.
Oh, no. It was definitely on purpose. I didn't know the ramifications.
Do you get people asking about it quite often?
Not really.
Just me.
I mean, once in a while, but you know, I honestly, it's been weird because, like, from a practical standpoint, when I got my domain email, I was like, should it be hello at Lydia Nichols or should it be hello at Lydia Nichols? And then I was like, oh, I'm really worried. What if people don't know the hello and I don't? So whatever. I have both, so it's fine. But
I was about to say the exact same thing. I have, because I tell students all the time about, it's pretty cheap to have a different URL, and you can always have different accounts that link to the same site. So I have Hoffman that's spelled correctly, and then I have Hoffman that's spelled incorrectly.
That's smart.
And
it's very smart.
Same basic concept, and it costs me a total of, I think, $7 a year to redirect people.
Yep.
And I know that they're going to misspell it. And I mean, I get it on contracts all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to correct contracts pretty often. Like, you guys misspelled my name, and because it's a legal document, I want to make sure that it's correct. But
yeah, that's not good.
yeah, I have a super extra German spelling of Hoffman, and most people just don't notice it. It's so subtly off that people don't notice it. Let's put it that way. When you were okay, so going back to the working side of things, when you got the first gig, was it something that when you actually got the book, was it everything you dreamed it would be? Was there challenge to that? Was there like moments where you're like, ooh, this there were things in it that you didn't particularly like the process of?
For the first picture?
Yeah, for the first picture book, in the sense of like, when I first got my first picture book, I really was like, yeah, this is amazing. I got a tangible thing in my hand. But I also knew that, like, wow, the color didn't come out the way that I wanted. Or like there were just so many little technical things that I just didn't know at the time. Now I know how to correct for it. But I think I was just so new and so green.
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I don't think I could have really done anything about this, but I didn't love that it was glossy paper. And I think it made the art show up in a way I just don't point me to the case when glossy paper is just like phenomenal. I don't know. I would mostly do a full pass on glossy paper in most situations, or even it just, I think it does something to sort of the depth. So had I known that, I probably would have made a few different decisions. And I've also now tried to get in the habit of printing work before submitting it, even if it's like at a Kinko's or whatever, because
can see it.
because sometimes the scaling of this is why I make students print work too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the scaling of texture does not look great once it's finally printed, you're like, oh, this looks great, and then you realize it's too big or too small or whatever. So, but generally, I mean, well, and another thing.
It's okay. Keep in mind.
Are there publishers watching this? Am I going to get myself into trouble?
There can be, but the way that I chalk this up is like, I'll say some stuff that did not go great or that I had situations with on the work, but I also think it's advantageous to all those people that are like, this is their first book they're working on, that are listening or whatnot. And I think publishers know. I think they understand not everything's perfect.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I don't always love the font choices. And I think over time I've learned luckily I get to do a lot of the lettering for the cover, but that isn't always the case for the body copy or the set type or whatever. And that kind of can rub me the wrong way. And that's no shade, because I have to say, I've worked with some truly awesome designers that are just, I can't say enough good things. So I don't want it to be like I'm throwing shade on the designers, but I think it's just because I have such a holistic vision, because again, my grad school experience was really sort of like the whole gestalt of it. Like everything should be harmonious and 100% in sync. So sometimes I'm like, it's not really I don't think the average person is going to notice or care.
Yep.
Or even maybe the average, not average, but like most other illustrators even. But for me, it'll be like, oh, I don't know about that.
I have the same thing. For my master's, I went back and I got a master's in visual design, which sort of encompassed illustration and graphic design and a couple other little odds and ends. And I grew to love type at that point. And now I'm like, any chance I have to do the type myself, I want to do it. But I also know that like I don't want to overstep my bounds.
Yes,
but,
exactly. Yeah.
But there are times where I'm like, well, that's not necessarily what I would have done, or they put the type too close to something in the image.
Yeah.
And I'm like, like most of the time I'll say like, can I fix something on this page? And then I go back and I Photoshop that whatever it is that's too close, I move it over so it doesn't touch in the same way. And it's that same sentiment of like, I just visually it hurts my eye, and I know that most people won't notice it, but it's going to bother me, so I just got to fix it.
I hear you 100%.
I mean, it's maybe, I'm sure there's probably people out there or art directors out there that go like, oh, what a pain to work with this person. They always want to change the stuff we wanted.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they're just like complaining about us nonstop. But I really do think that like the overall effect and the attention to detail and stuff like that really does make or break potentially a piece or a book or things of that sort. I saw something here. Mike Petrick posted that he switched from matte to glossy on his latest One Cool Duck series because the colors came out brighter and more saturated, which I've had publishers do that to me. I'm like, I want to go matte. And they go, well, colors are going to be better for this one if we go glossy. And I'm like, yeah, but I agree with you. Matte is the way that I like it. But I also know that if my colors working traditionally don't always hold up unless I go full gloss. And so it gets a little frustrating at times.
Yeah, I get it. But everything's a trade-off.
Yeah, there's you got to think of it from the other side. You can't. No. Is there? Are there books that you look back on now and go like, I really did something special there? And I'm sure that all of them you did something special in. Yeah, none of them are clunkers, but.
Yeah. How kind of you to say. I mean, I think I think probably Space Matters. I really enjoyed the mixed media approach, though it is a time-consuming one.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, what you do is time-consuming compared to my typical work process. And actually, maybe I have. So, this is sort of this is an example of like, I'll draw flat shape and then I'll know I want to put stuff on top of it, but I'll end up drawing it like, I don't know, 15 times or something to see how good it looks once I finally collage it all together. Yeah. And so there's a lot of like printing and drawing and scanning and layering and but sometimes I think digital brushes just don't capture it. And if I had more time, I'd love to play around with doing fully traditional or real media pieces, but
how long does it take you to make a spread just in general?
I don't know. I mean, it really depends on the book. I know all the stuff I do looks pretty simple, but
I'm not challenging you on that. Trust me. I know I always use like Mo Willems as a reference point where everybody, like, oh, what he does looks so easy, and you compare that to someone that's doing these like highly rendered things. But there is a super challenging thing when you get simplistic, or when you go minimal in a way, because every little mistake or every little everything. My reference point is always Where's Waldo. That it's really easy to sort of like, if you're in a Where's Waldo book, if you give them two hands on the same side, no one's going to know because it's a Where's Waldo book. But if you get rid of the
Yeah.
crowd in a Where's Waldo book and it's just him on the page and you do two hands, everybody's going to notice.
Right.
And so like it's that same sentiment there of like simple is sometimes harder in my mind than complex. Did you find like, have you had that sort of inkling that people have like judged you because you go sort of designy and stuff, or is that sort of self-imposed?
No, I mean, I think I sometimes get that vibe from people, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
So that, it's just a thing but for every person who's like that, there are plenty of people who are far too generous.
Name some of those people who called you out. I'm just kidding.
No, I know you are. Yeah, I think you nailed it. Just because something is simple, and I say this to students too, I'm like, be aware, because simple tends to show things.
Yep.
Tends to show your mistakes a lot more clearly. And I think that sometimes when I look back, I'm like, oh, I should have fixed that. Oh, I can't believe I drew it this way, or and I mean, I don't know how common a feeling this is, but I'm gonna tell you, I feel like every piece I do, I feel like I'm starting over. I'm like, oh my God, how am I gonna draw this? What am I gonna do? What is it like? What level of complexity or simplicity, or like what kind of it feels like I have to go through the whole process of learning how to draw for myself all over again, which I guess is exciting in some ways, and in other ways it's extremely stressful. But
I'm guessing that also reveals itself in a probably more dramatic way with the Google Doodle stuff too, though, right? Because I mean, aesthetically, each one is very different from the next.
That's an interesting point. Something that's defines the doodle work I do is that it's very portrait driven, which is not something I do a lot of. And I think that's probably by design. I think if I weren't doing doodles, my personal practice would look different, but I'm trying to sort of achieve a balance in terms of what I'm interested in. But one of the nice things about doing the doodles is it does feel a bit like a playground. Like I can try stuff, and honestly, if I bomb, it's sort of like a safe place. I hope no one is listening from my job. But
I'm gonna post this on YouTube later. You know that, right?
I wonder who owns YouTube.
Yeah. Gonna be their algorithm is gonna flag it. You're gonna get a Google alert. You said something about us. How dare you?
Oh well, we'll see if I live to see another day. No, I'm kidding. No, and actually, I think that's part of the ethos of the team is that everyone's encouraged to just try things, and so I did batik for a doodle, which is applying wax onto fabric and then dyeing it and then removing the wax so it leaves an imprint. So I've gotten to try all sorts of things that I wouldn't necessarily need to try, and then sometimes I try things in my personal work and then I bring them over into doodle. So it's an interesting sort of conversation. It gives me just more room. It gives me more room to play in some ways, and also in other ways takes away time from playing, which is why this is fun. That's mostly.
It sounds a little bit like Hallmark, where it's like internal illustrators who are given like, you must make this many cards this month, or like, let's see what you got, and you're just coming up with idea after idea, and it's not always the same approach on every piece, and it's sort of this group mentality of like, we're just going to try things and see what happens and what sticks, which does sound, I imagine to a lot of people that sounds like a pretty awesome job. to begin with, but I also know it comes with a lot of stress of trying to perform. That you get one and then you're like, I made it, and then they go, like, give us another, and you go, maybe I haven't yet. There's all sorts of things that go along with that.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're
I'm gonna switch to some cutting of paper, just by the way.
Okay.
So you can,
okay, I
this
dig
is
it.
just
I
like
the fact that you're following directions.
I'm a big rule follower.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
You
Yeah.
understand how it works.
I got the message loud and clear.
My wife will hunt you down otherwise. Is there stuff that, like, I mean, most people look at those Google Doodles in the art world and go, like, that must be so fun, and I'm sure that it is, but is there some, like, some component that is something that most people won't even know is part of that equation? Like, you know, I'm under the assumption that, at least until you even said it, I was under the assumption that, like, someone told you have to illustrate this way or else kind of situation. But are there other rules that you have to play by that most people won't ever consider?
It's wow. It's a there's a lot of creative freedom. So when it comes to actually styling or executing an illustration, that is mostly left in the hands of the illustrator. And it's there's, you know, a lot of exciting parts about the job.
Yeah.
So essentially we get assignments about topics and then we research those topics, and then it's like working with an art director / being back in school, you know, so you'll come up with 2 or 3 concepts and you'll share them with the group, kind of have a conversation about which one seems strongest conceptually and compositionally. And then we have local Googlers across the globe. So once the team looks, we'll share with those folks and get their feedback, because they have, you know, local cultural context that's important for us to represent. And then it's, you know, it's a back and forth like it would be sort of with any project. Like I said, typically, you know, there's a lot of freedom in how the doodles are illustrated or executed. The only sticking point with that is sometimes portraits, because
it's got to look like them.
It's not even just that. It's a certain markets or certain famous people, because they're so famous, there's more pressure for not realism exactly, but a certain level of naturalism, or, you know, you can't, and that's not in every case. If you go on to we have an archive. If you go into the archive and look around, you'll see some that are highly stylized, but it's sort of a case-by-case basis. You kind of got to get a feel for what the stakeholders want for that particular piece.
I mean, that makes it. Even just the idea of, like, I was thinking, who would be an example of that? And the first one that came to mind was someone like, you know, if you had a Christopher Walken, and I bring up, we just watched Batman Returns, and so Christopher Walken was in it, so that's the first reference point. But, like, he has a distinct face, and you can't just draw a circle and go, that's Christopher Walken. Like, you have to have certain characteristics that sort of harken to him and his like eyes in particular, or you couldn't just draw Google eyes on someone and go, that's Steve Buscemi. You gotta get his face.
I mean, maybe for Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, okay.
No, kidding.
Yeah. His eyes are probably the ones that are probably the most, like, flexible, because of his. There is a certain aesthetic that you can get away with Google eyes on that one. Is there? Do you feel like there's a translatable? That's a bad word for this situation, but skill set between that and what you're doing for Kidlit? Like, do you see a parallel between them, or do you feel like they're sort of tangential at best?
Oh no, I think one definitely informs the other. I mean, funny enough, I've done doodles for kidlit authors in other countries, or you know, so that's kind of fun. But I think really it's just it's all about telling a story. I mean, a doodle is sometimes really challenging because or akin to editorial work in that you're trying to tell a lot in a single image.
Yep.
So sometimes they're straightforward and it's sort of, you know, like, oh, a cute portrait or whatever. But I think in a lot of cases, we're actually trying to capture a lot of a subject's history in one single image, or make it intriguing enough that you want to click on it and learn more. So in terms of storytelling, I think that's always helpful. Concepting is just always good to do no matter what. And actually that's something to bring it back to the school stuff that I try to emphasize to students, is that like, don't come in with one sketch.
Yep.
I want to see like a dozen thumbnails. Just have some crappy, I don't care what they look like or how rough they are. I just want to know that you're thinking, because it's very, 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 very rare that your first idea is your best idea. Not that it can't happen, but try not to put all your eggs in that basket. And so having that muscle exercise where it's like, okay, I'm concepting, even if it's, I mean, like, I've done doodles for writers probably like, I don't know, a dozen times. And not to delve too deep into the weeds of making a doodle, but we have to get rights for the person we're showing. But that doesn't mean we have rights to allude to their works. So if it's an artist or a filmmaker or whatever, we can't show particular film references or costumes or whatever unless we've also acquired those rights. So that kind of just concepting and, okay, I've already done a dozen writers, how am I going to do this one and have sort of a fresh take on it? Is it going to be an aesthetic thing, a compositional thing? I think some of the best type work I've done have been for doodles, because that's such an integral part.
Do they have to all be I mean, you said you did stuff with what just happened on my that something just flew across like a ghost touch. That was super weird. Do they always end up having to have a digital component just because of like the click element or the interactivity, or is it something wherein you just don't have to worry about even like how it's going to be translated to the UI side of things?
You can make a doodle using anything. People have made doodles using potatoes and I cut paper and stop motion. I like felt, I mean, you name it. I think we've probably had a doodle made out of it. The biggest constraint, I mean, it all has to be digital in the end, whether you scan it or photograph it or whatever. And the biggest constraints are legibility has to be legible at small scales, especially because people view these things on their phones a lot more than on desktops. Accessibility, so making sure that being careful, especially with red and green, just to make sure that anyone with visual impairments can see it. And file size.
Okay.
So file size can be tricky, but there's a lot of tips and tricks up our sleeves. So, you know, usually that's how we manage.
It's funny how relatable all of this is in a way to the board book side of things, and like the engineering and the structure side of making something that has legible type, covers the idea, you know, has to fit certain parameters to make sure that it's functional of sorts, and or will hold up, is kind of interesting, that overlap between the two. I never really would have connected the dots, but I also didn't really know. I always just assumed Google Doodles was just like for a long time, assumed that it was very much a bunch of independent contractors just sitting out there doing their thing. And not really working in the same space or having to work in an environment where they have to get lots of input from other artists before it gets sort of made. Let's put it that way. Is there books right now that you're like, you mentioned the idea of you have the dog one, and then there's going to be, and the cat one, and there's going to be a follow-up. Some dogs, some cats. Can you say what the next one's going to be?
That's a good question. What if nobody told me I can't say what it's going to be? Does that let me off the hook?
Has the announcement come out yet?
Actually, I don't think it has.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then don't say.
You
don't want the public.
But I'll leave it up to you to guess. It's not some fish, which
I'm assuming it's birds. That's my guess.
That would be a good one. It's not that either. But anyway.
Bunnies, cows, lizards. I'm just going to spit out things all night long.
Well, you've already nailed it, so we'll just leave it there.
Okay.
It's one of the ones you said, but yeah.
Yeah. Donkeys. Some donkeys. Really hyper. Some Komodo dragons. Something that's super specific. Do you enjoy art? No.
It's okay.
Do you enjoy the like, or better yet, here's the better question. Is there a part of art making in particular that if you could get rid of, like, not if you could get rid of, but if you had to hold on to one part of art making, the process, some specific moment, like the moment you finally figure out what the hell you're doing, whatever it may be, what would be that moment that like is the quintessential, you must have this in order to have fun?
That's a great question. What is... I think I think actually this is one of the things I don't like about picture book making, because it's hard to get it can be. I like playing, experimenting, and feeling like something has clicked, and it's usually some combination of how all the pieces are coming together and also the story component. And I love working on picture books, but sometimes it does feel like you kind of have to stick with the thing, you can't like change a lot throughout.
Yep.
And so there's some pressure there because you kind of have to commit. You're like, okay, I guess this is what I'm doing for this one. And this is what I mean. I don't know. That's why I get hung up when people talk about style, because I would imagine that if you look at my work, it all looks like it was done by me, or at least I hope. That's the goal. I think if you look closer, you'll see some real variation. It's not like every single piece is executed the exact same way or with the exact same tools, and that's why I think voice is a little bit stronger, or a better term. It's a term I prefer to use.
Yes.
But I do think that there is a level of commitment with long projects that can be, this fish is terrible, can be overwhelming, I guess,
Yeah, no, I have the same thing, like, out of 14 spreads or whatever the number is, 26, or not 26, 13 spreads, whatever it is, by about spread 6, I'm like, this is done. I'm plugging through because I have to, and that's about it. So I get the vibe.
Do you find ways to sort of reinvigorate yourself, or does it become a slog at that point?
It generally becomes a slug for me. So like if I had to answer that same question for me, my favorite part of art making is the mistakes. And if it wasn't for that, if everything was always perfect, then there would be no challenge, there would be no experimentation. etc. And the challenge with doing a book, when it hits that threshold for me, it gets past a point where I'm experimenting and making mistakes, and I have to follow suit.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like the first 6 pages, you're still discovering. And the first page is the best page, always is the best page. I don't care if it's like the best page in the book in the end. It's always the most fun for me. Because I really don't know where I'm going.
Right.
By page 6, you get to that, or this, you know, I'm estimating 6 spread. It doesn't always mean that one, but when you get to that point, you've already kind of figured out a majority of the different spreads throughout the book. Like, here's how I'm going to deal with lighting, and here's how I'm going to deal with, you know, color and shape and all these things that go through it. Even if it's in this, even if you had some of it figured out in the sketch part, by the time that you get to that, you've wrapped up, or rather, I'm trying to think of a good metaphor. You figured out the lovely little bow that you're going to put on each page. And for me, the challenge is lost at that point. And so it's not to say that I won't do it. It's money. It's a paycheck. You get it done, but it's more work than it is play at that point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I should be mindful that there's people out there that have jobs where they have to go down into a coal mine and, you know, get black lung every day. And here I am getting to doodle and paint and whatnot. And there is a real difference between the two. But I also know that some of this is about that longevity, or the game of longevity that you were talking about, that it can be painful to just have to do work because you kind of just have to do it.
Right.
And it doesn't matter whether it seems fun or not, it's still a challenge. Do you, when working on books, is there a point for you that also hits that sort of wall? Like, is there a threshold that you can say, ooh, this is the point where I lose interest?
I think it sort of depends on the book. You know, I tend to, and this is something I'm working on, I tend to sometimes be a little rigid in systems I create in my head. So totally arbitrary parameters that no one but me forces upon myself. So I tend to work with pretty limited palettes. That's, again, I think a little bit part of the draw of printmaking, but also, if I'm being really, truly honest, I struggle a lot with color. So I find it really helpful to have a finite palette to work within.
Makes sense.
But sometimes I'm like, okay, so I have these colors, and then I will multiply them, and then that will be it. And
what do you mean multiply them?
Just like in Photoshop, you can do multiply, so it'll basically kind of give like a screen printed effect. Okay. So, you know, if you multiply yellow over blue, you'll get that green in between.
Gotcha.
So you get these sort of secondary or tertiary colors that can be interesting. But honestly, sometimes doing that becomes, sometimes I think I have created worse work because of that. Sometimes I create better work because of that constraint. And I think I've been trying to learn, you know, how to balance those two things so that the work lands in that sweet spot. But I say all of this, I know it's a long-winded way of answering your question, because I think I tend to work across a lot of spreads at once.
Yeah.
I'm not really
one and done and then move on to the next.
No, because I never I need to make sure that the system's going to work on everything. Yeah. Like, if I choose this palette, is it going to work on every spread? Because it's a very finite palette. So usually before I even go into finishes, I do really, really rough thumbnails where I like loosely apply the color across every single spread and hope, like, okay, if it looks good here, then hopefully it'll look good when I do it to scale.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, the fatigue sometimes sets in when nothing's actually done, because I'm midway in a lot of spreads, and that can be terrifying, but I usually just muscle through. Um,
I can see that. I mean, I'm the same way in the sense of color that like I like a limited palette because it does. You're not. I mean, it is a wonderful thing and it's a curse at the same time. And where it's a curse for me
mm,
is when you get to those moments and you're like, ooh, I have a person with a red shirt, and now I'm on page, on the last spread, and I realize that red shirt is sitting on a red background, like a brick
yep.
wall, and you go, oh man, I should have chosen a different color shirt through this whole thing. And you have to figure out how to, and then all of a sudden it's like, do I make a brick wall not be red? How do I play around with those moments? That's always challenging, but also I love the idea of just like, you don't have every other color in the world to pick from every time you go, I got these 10 colors and that's about it. And it's going to be one of these. That's my choice. And now I mix them, but it's similar to you talking about them multiplying or using like
right.
a layer effect to get you there. But it's still that same challenge of sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And you have the forethought to actually go and make sure that it's going to work before you start to put everything down, or are you going to run aground at some point because you made a dumb decision? I'm more on that dumb decision side most of the time with you. Admittedly, I always kind of make decisions that later in the book where colors overlap like that, then I have to make strange choices, or pick and choose what I'm willing to let happen in the finish. Tell me a little bit
Yeah.
about your journey into the kidlit world, in the sense of one of the questions I always get is when I'm talking with new illustrators and whatnot is about that interaction between author and illustrator.
Mm.
And sort of the, as someone said it today, the separation of church and state, which I was like,
That's hilarious.
that's a good way to put it. Do you get to talk to some of the authors on any of your books? Because sometimes it does happen. It's not like it's a no-go across the board, but
Not typically until after a book
yeah.
is done, which I think people are usually extremely surprised to learn. But I mean, and you let me know your experience.
It's
My experience is mostly just the art director,
yeah, and
sometimes the editor.
I think people have this assumption that it is super collaborative, and it is, but it's done through a mediator.
Right.
It is someone who's
Yeah.
there to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes, or me going, I don't like your script and you should change it because it's funnier based on this visual I want to do, and vice versa. But I also, in the way that someone stated it to me today, was just like, would you prefer a more collaborative experience, in the sense that, like, would you like it if you actually got to talk to the author ahead of time and sort of figured out what ideas to play with? Not necessarily that they'd be there to like correct and to say, I like this or I don't like this, but would you want more input from author, or not necessarily input, but more, I guess collaborative is the best way to phrase it? Or do you like
The
this?
honest truth.
Yeah, go honest.
Probably,
Let's hear it.
probably not. And the reason is because they're not, I think it'd be different if a writer and I developed a book
Okay.
together. I think that's one thing. I think that, and I'm not sure how many authors are watching, and I want to be cognizant, like, that in a lot of ways these books are their babies, right?
Yep.
But writing and illustrating are two different things, and like we were saying earlier, I think the strongest books are the ones in which the pictures, the illustrations are sort of telling more about the story. they're saying something that isn't written on the page, or they're even telling sort of a secondary story underneath. Like Space Matters, we had this ladybug that just kind of was coming in and out throughout the spreads. It's not really part of the story. It was sort of just a little subtle thing that I added in there. Luckily, in the end, the author loved it. But I think that not all, but some authors tend to be a little more literal. And I say that based on some author notes I've received, and sometimes they're really fantastic, helpful notes, and then sometimes it's like, oh, I want to push this, like I want to push what is being shown on the page.
Meaning,
and there's already
you're saying that you want to push stuff, not necessarily that they're saying that.
I'm saying that, like, I want to move beyond what the text says.
Yeah.
And some, like, and not get, obviously jive with the text and have it be a nice union, but not just like literally drawing what's already there on the page. And I think there's so many people already in the process, with editors, and then you have marketing, and like it is collaborative. There's already a lot of feedback happening. So I wouldn't rule it out. I think like we're all bringing, sort of different things to the table. And I think it would probably require even more time to produce books.
If everybody
and already
not
enough time. So
is there a and I 100% agree with all of what you said, and I like the one advantage I've had, and I don't know if you've had this at this point, but like working with the same author multiple times means that like I feel like now I could actually go to the author and just say, hey, what do you think on a couple
Well, it is kind of like being on a blind date or something the first time you work with an author. You know what I mean? And that's true with the first time you work with a publisher or an art director. So it, like every relationship takes some time and experience and building up. And the more that happens, I think obviously the easier the collaboration.
Yeah. There are certain books that I would love to have maybe a conversation with people to go like, what were you thinking? There's a point where that what were you thinking becomes all of a sudden, oh, now I got to do what you wanted. And I don't particularly like that side of it. And I agree with you in the sense of like the point of the illustration in most books. Now, obviously the things like early readers and things of that sort, there is a true, like, you are trying to make it so a kid can understand how words connect to images, and that's very different. But I do think that there's this this idea that that you're essentially adding to the story and not just replicating the story. And I'm there's times where I do want to show what is being said because it's important for, again, that context. Like if they say this character is eating chocolates, you don't want to just show a character just chewing. You might want to have chocolates there. And sort of you make those kind of connections so people understand it. But I definitely I want to add. Otherwise, what's the point? Don't use me. Just find an AI that will replicate all of that stuff.
I mean, I think we're visual storytellers, I mean, and in some case, also authors. So, I know you've written books, but so I think that visual, maybe that's really what the crux of it is that a book is the merging of two types of storytelling. And, I think I agree with everything you just said. But also I think, having at least that runway in the beginning as the illustrator to take a stab at the visual storytelling is, for me anyway, really critical to the process to make sure that I'm not self-editing before I've even started, if that makes sense.
I think, I mean, I have been very lucky with my relationships with writers. I've not run aground where I've hit something where it's like a huge fight. The only thing
Oh,
I
yeah.
had was like I handed in something and they were expecting something wildly different, but they were also okay with what I did. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's there was a book that I worked on, the I Am a Saurus book, where they came to me with that, and I was like, a dinosaur book, yes, I want it. And then I drew it out, and I drew it because the text didn't describe whose perspective the story was from.
Mm-hmm.
I drew it out as in it was from a dinosaur talking, and the dinosaurs talking. It's a book that's about the anatomy that is shared between humans and dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did this whole thing about like the dinosaurs are talking about sort of what anatomy they have with these kids and having a good time. And then they came back to me and said, oh, it was supposed to be set in a museum. And the dinosaurs aren't talking, it's just a narrator. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then, so I did that. But then the author later said, oh, it wasn't meant to be in a museum. And it was the art director that had that idea.
Oh,
it was supposed to be.
Oh, interesting.
We all like had our vision of how this thing was supposed to work without ever understanding or consulting with each other, going, this is how I think this should happen. And in the end, everybody was happy with how it came out, but we all had very different visions for the dummy book or the layout of the story, because it was an open-ended text.
Yeah.
That allowed that.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I feel like I've been, really lucky. I've had great experiences across the board on the books I've worked on. I think Space Matters is still probably my favorite for just the sort of room there was to play and explore, and and there are a few instances where it was sort of an interesting collaboration where the author, like, I would draw some sketches for the spreads and then do a couple of alt, and I'd be like, I know this is a little bit different from the text, like in a way that we couldn't use, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, but visually I feel like this conveys the same idea and maybe is a little more interesting to look at. And so we had this kind of interesting back and forth, and there were some tweaks to the text made, and it, like, I thought that was like quite amazing to have that, I guess, that exchange and that openness. And Jackie Lynn, shout out, super rad author. But yeah, and again, the editor and the art director, everyone was just like really communicative and just interested in, it's sort of a conceptual book too, like what is space and why is it important. So it was fun to play with all those different things together.
I had a couple of those where, like, the idea that I had visually, I wrote to them and said, can I get away with this? And then they come back and say, yeah, the editors, or not the editor, the art, no, I can't say it. The writer is willing to change the text a little bit to match what you're doing because they liked it, which is always like, really? They're going to because of what I did? And I think part of that is just, I'm so used to the idea of like, I'm working on their thing versus we're working on this thing together. Right. Which is a very different, because for the most part they've done the work already and I'm just following suit with what I want to do, and so I always find that kind of lovely when someone's willing to take that sort of leap of faith in letting you try something that may be out there or whatnot. I
agree, that's always really awesome.
The shoot, there was something I was going to ask you and I can't remember what it was. Oh man, I just had a absolute brain fart there. I don't remember. Well, it was really, it was genius, and there was it was gonna cavalcade into amazing conversations about life. And so let me ask you some sort of silly stuff, because we've been talking business and we've been talking art making and whatnot in general.
Sure.
But one of the things that I love on this is when we start getting into some like just weirder conversations about sort of how you operate as a person. And so we'll start. You're in upstate New York right now. Still have snow on the ground?
I wish. No, just rain.
Wait, do you really wish there was snow on the ground?
I love snow.
Wait, okay.
That's why.
Hold on. Let's back up. Do you have to shovel snow?
I do.
And
And a lot
snow?
of it. I do. I do.
I remember.
There's just a quiet in the world when it snows that is unmatched.
Okay, I understand. Like, yeah, when you can go outside and there's just like.
Oh, you're from Minneapolis though, right?
I'm from Minnesota.
Or Minnesota.
Originally, but I live in New Hampshire now. But we get a lot of snow and some depending on where you are here, it can be really. I'm in a very probably less snowy area right now, but we can get hit pretty hard. But you're also in upstate New York, so like I don't imagine it's probably not that dissimilar. But when I first moved into the house, I was like, I'm excited to have a yard. I'm going to mow it, and I'm going to have so much fun taking care of the yard. And then very quickly that turned into, my back hurts. I hate this. And same thing with the snow. Like, I love snow, and I know the moment you're talking about where you can go outside and it's just like quiet because no one's on the roads. And like the snow is coming down, and it's beautiful in a way. But then I always just in the back of my head go, well, I have to get up in the morning early to shovel all this stupid snow and get it out of here. And that's when it stinks. Yeah, I grew up.
I guess I'm just a masochist.
Yeah. It's okay. It snows okay. Are you what kind of for those that are out there listening and go, wow, this is all art talk. What kind of hobbies do you have outside of art?
Shoveling snow would be my primary hobby outside of.
Right.
I love not making art as much as I love making art, which is to say, like, I love to hike. Also in the snow, snowshoeing, hiking is great. One of my favorites.
Snowshoeing.
Yeah.
I love it. Do you have like, wait, are your snowshoes like plastic snowshoes?
Yeah.
Metal snowshoes? Okay. That's not real snowshoeing. Where I grew up back in my
It's the 21st century, Mark. That is real snowshoeing. It's high tech.
Back in my day, they were made out of wood and leather. And growing up in Minnesota, I tell people this sometimes, like we had school trips where we'd go and do snowshoeing through the woods, or there was cross country skiing in school, like for gym class. Sometimes you would do things that were these like things that feel kind of old school or not necessarily gym related or PE related, as my son would say, but was like you just had that kind of environment that you would do it. But snowshoeing, yeah, I remember those days. Oh man,
yeah,
cool. Except they're aren't they like? Don't you hit your shoes together when you're walking with those? Because aren't they wide from memory? Maybe it was just because I was a kid and I didn't know how to walk right yet.
I mean, you have to like you're taking steps to move through the snow. So I don't. Every now and then I'll hit them together, but not too often.
You've been doing it long enough that you got the skill.
Well, I don't want to oversell it like I'm some kind of expert, but I do it for fun. I enjoy it. I love to be outside, so out hiking, out walking, out gardening, and then I don't know. I can't really sit still. So we have an older house, and there's been a lot of renovating and physical manual labor.
Is it where you don't have to name the town, but are you like in the Finger Lake area, or are you like
you could say that? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those things of like there's certain areas there that are just absolutely stunning. I remember going out to someone's wedding out that way. I forget what town we were. It may have been like up towards Utica or some of that range, and going through the Finger Lake region and being like, this is gorgeous. This is like absolutely stunning landscape. And I could totally understand, like, if that's your landscape, wanting to be outside at all times.
Yeah.
Now, wait.
It's
are you a natural redhead?
yes, of course.
Okay.
I would never lie about such serious matters.
Okay, so now this is coming from also a redhead. Are you because outdoors is a dangerous thing for a redhead. This is a no-no. Are you
Mark, you need a wide brimmed hat and a high SPF.
Okay. I don't know. There's probably not a lot of like, and not because I'm like super macho of any sort, but I can't think of a lot of super wide brim hats for guys besides cowboy hats. Like you can't
Well, what do you have against cowboy hats?
Oh, I love cowboy hats. I have multiple cowboy hats. But I was just thinking like a sun hat is not something where like you go out to the store and like, oh, let me go get a sun hat that doesn't have a flower on it. You just don't have those kind of things happening all that often.
Okay.
I don't mean it to be super gendered of any sort.
This is a nice example. See, it's my trusty hat. I keep it in my studio. That's how beloved it is. It's pretty plain. There are no flowers on it.
Okay.
There is some leather detailing.
Ooh.
It's true, but that could be removed.
Is there? See, that's sort of okay. When I'm thinking sun hat, I'm thinking those like super wide brim hats, like the like past your shoulders kind of hat. When you said that, I wasn't thinking that kind's just a hat. That's pretty straightforward.
Well, I mean, that's like it's not a fedora. It's a wider brim than that.
It's got a Western vibe to it. I'll give it that. When I was in college, I wore. I mentioned that idea of like when I was a freshman, I wanted to do sci-fi stuff and whatnot. I also had the problem of I wore styles each year. So like my freshman year, it was super baggy pants and like long hair, and it was dumb. And then sophomore year, it was like house slippers for whatever reason, even during the winter. Junior year was slacks and ties. But then when I hit senior year, I was Western. And I wore a cowboy hat, but I also got yelled at on the street all the time by people because this is in Providence. So it's not like it was in a Western country or anything of the sort. But I'd have people always ride by and like yell out "yeehaw" and stuff at me, and I always got annoyed because I was like, "What do they care?" But then now I look at it and I go, like, I'm in the middle of Providence, wearing not only a Western hat but cowboy boots and a full denim outfit with a cowboy belt. And like,
commitment.
it's a lot. It is a lot. And I get how potentially that could feel out of place to some folks. But I love me a cowboy hat. I still wear cowboy belts every day.
Good for you.
Best. Good for you.
That came off a little differently than I meant it to. I mean, I really admire your commitment.
Are you saying you don't like cowboy boots or cowboy hats or cowboy belts?
No, okay. I think they're great. I want to say I'm not sure I could pull it off, but I honestly have never tried. So maybe this should just go onto my bucket list.
Let me show you. Hold on. This is gonna sound odd. I do this all the time when I want to show people the joke that's involved. I'm gonna take my belt off. Pants stay on. Don't worry. But all for the coolness of what I wear on my belt every day. Hold on. I can get it off. Yeah. On the back of my belt. I don't know if this will show up on screen at all, but I got Hoffy, I don't know, engraved, whatever you want to call it, into the belt. So it's got like cabins and horses and deer and stuff on it, and then it says Hoffy. But then the belt buckle is the best part. And I bought multiple of these, so if they ever break, I can play this joke. There's a company that's called Midmark, and Midmark makes not only like construction equipment, but they also make doctors' patient tables for whatever reason. But I bought this solely because it sits in the middle of me and says Midmark, and that's it. That's the whole joke. And so I had one of these and it already broke just over time. It wore out and like the metal snapped. And so I think I have 3 more of them now, just so I can go, hey, check out this belt buckle. And it says Midmark on it. It's so dumb.
Amazing. Again,
that's commitment.
Your commitment is unparalleled and admirable.
But we can find you. If you want to hunt down some cool belt buckles, I can get you.
Okay.
I know the locations. You want,
All
you want
right.
one that says hello with a U? I bet you we can get it.
That would be awesome. I'm suddenly very intrigued.
There's we can have students cast one, so you could have your own very specific one that no one else would ever have.
That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone watching can cast a custom
Hello.
belt buckle,
Yeah.
please email me at your nearest convenience.
Did you have any weird style choices in your years?
I mean, I am sitting here with braids right now. That is arguably a weird style choice. I don't know. I always think about it. Am I going to look back in 10 years and be like, what was with the braid phase? But I'm really into it right now.
Got a
I don't know.
Gables vibe. You're gonna get that. I'm warning you. People are gonna.
Yeah, it could be. It's fine. I'm leaning in.
Your commitment is admirable.
Thank you.
Right back at
Finally, someone has acknowledged. I mean, I was a child of the early aughts, and by child I mean teenager. So there were many questionable style choices in college and younger that I would rather not recount.
Did you go through an emo phase?
I didn't, but I did go through a very wide leg pant phase. Okay. So if anyone recalls the brand Jenkos.
Did you have Jenko jeans?
I sure did.
Oh, now we're talking. Now we got dirt.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I had a single pair of pants in which the bottoms were intact. They were all just ragged.
Yeah.
Just totally. I remember, my family would be like, "Oh my God, what's wrong with your pants?
No,
you look like such a slob."
Yeah, I feel like there were different levels of Jenko jeans too. Like there were the just sort of wide, and then there were the can't fit through a doorway because they're so wide Jenko jeans.
I don't think I ever went that wide. It was a lot of what is in the discount rack, and I shall get those. And they were, a little wide, okay, moderately wide.
Did have you ever seen? There's footage of a guy, I forget where it was, online that had a pair of Jenko jeans, and he takes a skateboard and puts it in one of the pockets, like he's skating, and then he gets off of it.
Shut up.
I'm like, that's such a cool move. Like, if you're gonna have Jenko jeans, you're gonna have those big pockets. Use them for big things like laptops and things of that sort.
If this were another sort of thing, I'd be like, insert commercial break so we can all go watch whatever video you're talking about.
What about have you seen the I don't know if they're Jenko jeans or if there's something else, but the Mariah Carey Christmas video with the rave kids underneath the bridge?
No,
okay.
I have not.
I'll see if I can find it for you and send it to you. It's got that same sort of huge jeans, but I don't think they're Jenko jeans. I think they're a different
Are they off-brand?
Well, they're black with lots of straps. So
okay.
It's not the just plain jean side of things. Did you go through the Britney Spears phase of the all denim or the what are they called, low rise?
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. You're in the clear.
I'm a queer I'm a queer woman. No, that never happened to me. Carpenter jeans, yeah, maybe I suffered under those Jenkos for sure, but yeah, no, I was a little more in the alt scene than my sister was a Britney Spears fan, but that's why she's my sister and not me.
I'm trying to think of okay, when you say alt scene, let's get into this.
Oh boy! I knew I was going to open up some kind of weird can of worms.
Well, I want to see what kind of street cred you got.
Probably none, none at all. I lied. It wasn't anything.
What was the name some of these bands and things you were rocking out?
I guess. Okay, so high school into college, what did I listen to? Pavement.
Okay.
Radiohead. Interpol.
All right, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. Okay. Did I pass?
Yeah, you passed that one. I was afraid you were going to be like, I was into alternative stuff like, and I'm trying to think of like what would be the equivalent of like Foo Fighters. And it's like, no, that's not really. I mean, I guess technically that's alternative, but it's not like indie, or it doesn't have the same cred. Yeah, my wife just said, she said Pavement, she passes. Pavement's one of my favorite bands, so you just by literally just saying Pavement.
Great
band. Yes, wonderful band. I feel like Stephen Malkmus has not done any wrong ever at this point.
With you.
Yeah, he's do you have his solo album, his first solo album? It's self-titled.
I don't.
Oh, you got to, I mean, get on Spotify or whatever, or buy it, because that's probably more helpful to him. But
I know, right?
that is my favorite thing that he's probably ever done. It's just like a really consistent album. Every song hits just right, and it's very, very singable. Let's put it that way. Like, it's a good car album to drive down the road, and you can just sing along to everything.
I love. Speaking of car albums, the thing I'm most excited about in the summer is that's the Pixies. Surfer Rosa is my favorite driving album.
Yeah, the one, the Surfer Rosa I love. Is Hey on that? The song Hey? Hey.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's on that one. That's my favorite song they have, but on Surfer Rosa, I love the I don't know why they have it on there, but the thing about lacrosse, the people yelling,
yes,
in the background.
Yeah, I love that too.
Yeah, for some
there's a lot of just like and I think that's Tony's theme is on that album too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got street cred.
Okay.
You never know. People's version of street cred and music, depending on era, can be very different. You probably, when I was in high school, I did not have good street cred. As an example, here's my for anybody that's listening, this one's gonna hurt. This one stung for quite a few years. When I was in college, or going to college, they said, like, here's your roommate, and you should call them and find out, like, talk to them and figure out what you're bringing to school and blah, blah, blah. And so I called up this guy, and I was like, I was vegetarian at the time, and I wanted a roommate with someone who was vegetarian, and he happened to be vegan. So I was like, that's cool. We're going to get along great. And then he said, what kind of music are you into? And I named off some of the music that I was into. And at the time, Radiohead was up there, so that's fine. But I listened to Lenny Kravitz at the time, which is,
he was popular in that time.
Yeah, he was not the worst choice. Let's put it that way. It could have been far worse. What was bad is I had a poster of Lenny Kravitz that I put up in my college room, which was not.
Okay, well,
not the, like.
That's not keeping it low key.
Sexy man over my bed the whole night, where it's like, he was a wonderful singer, but I think I didn't need to look at his belly button constantly. I just remember his belly button. Yeah, for whatever reason. But my roommate, he says, I was like, what kind of music do you listen to? And he goes, oh, I listen to hardcore. And my reaction, this is where it gets really sad, was, oh, I think I've heard of them.
That's so awesome.
Yes, exactly.
Great. That's a good story, though. See, it was worth it. So all these years later, you can tell the story in front of tens of people on Instagram.
It was so humiliating after I heard that. I think I've heard of them. And I literally, at the time, I didn't know there was a type of music called hardcore. And I had heard the word. I had heard someone say hardcore music at some point. And so I was like, oh, it must be a band. But my roommate was like really into hardcore. and eventually I got into hardcore and post-punk and all the things that went along with it. But I just remember finding out later what hardcore music was and thinking, oh no, this is why my roommate and I don't get along, or never will, because of my dumb statement. And then I learned other fun stuff, other music. I mean, you grew up in a good time for some fun tunage. I'll state it that way. Were you into?
True.
Were you a magnetic fields person?
No, not really.
What about Neutral Milk Hotel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's certain albums where I like it. You either have to be at least one of those, and be like, love the aeroplane under the or over the sea.
Yeah.
Or whatever it may be.
That's a good one.
Is there any music that you were embarrassed by?
Yes, and I'm definitely not telling you, keeping in mind that this is going to be on YouTube for all of history, to be scraped by AI and who knows what else.
Did you also like Lenny Kravitz?
No, it was more trying to think actually the names because I don't remember that well. I want to say like well, not like Offspring and Green Day are
It's not the worst.
They're not the worst, but like there was that. There was a brief phase with like, I am actually embarrassed to say this legitimately. Good Charlotte, that kind of thing.
Okay, I get it.
Not great.
I had some stuff that were like before they became a different band. I have some stuff that's sitting here in my CD collection that is I would not name out loud.
Yeah. Oh, great. So now you say that after I already named the thing out loud.
Okay. Fine. I think there is a Fall Out Boy album somewhere in my collection, and that was like at one point they were like, they weren't a big band and they weren't the emo band. They were sort of actually a like a sort of late stage hardcore emo band, and then transitioned. So I'm trying to make it sound like,
you're making this up. I don't even believe
I'm trying to make it sound cooler than what it is. And then what's the other one that I have that's shoot, I have a Counting Crows album for some reason. I don't know.
Oh.
I think that one's rough.
That's a band that was big. I'm actually saying this without judgment. I just don't. It's like, I mean, before we descend into music snobbery where someone's like, ugh, can't even with these people. I actually like listening to a lot of different types of music. But yeah, there's certain things from that time period that like I just was not checked into.
Yep.
And I think I have to actually give credit where credit's due. And my aunt, who's only 11 years older than me, she was she was the one that gave me Crooked Rain. She was like, you got to get this CD. That's before cool. You go to college is the, yeah. And so I luckily had good forces around me that were, showing me the way. And then I could kind of tune the rest out.
People always, whenever they ask me what kind of music I'm into, I have always had this statement that I'm into good music. And what I mean by that is if it's good for its genre.
Yeah, that's
so good. Like if someone said like, oh, so you like opera? I'd be like, yeah, if it's a good opera, then yeah, absolutely, I'd be fine with it. And polka music can be fun.
Yeah.
And I don't want to listen to like bad polka where like someone doesn't know what they're doing. I want to listen to like, oh, this is like, if you're going to have a polka album, this is the one to get. Like, I want that album. And so like, everything's fair game. I don't think there's a problem with all this stuff. Songs that I hear over again. I cannot stand Four Non-Blondes. What's that song called? And I wake up in the morning and I step outside and take
Oh, yeah.
that one.
Wow. That's an earworm from that same sort of like late 90s, early.
And
Yeah.
I hope it's stuck in her head right now because she's hearing this. Marcus Sims, my wife says Marcus Sims, he's the authority on what is good in any genre. I'm not saying I'm the authority, but like if it's a well-received album, if it's got critical acclaim, then I'm willing to give it a try. Let's put it that way. Are there since we're being judgmental, and I started it, are there movies that you're like, this is the movie of my era?
Oh boy, wow. I didn't know I was revealing so much personal information.
Dirt.
I absolutely love present tense, love Ghost World. Both the graphic novel or the comic by Dan Clowes and the Terry Zwigoff directed film. It's just so good. Speaking of Steve Buscemi, he's in it. I don't know. I think it probably resonated a lot when I was around that age.
I saw it. I don't remember a lot of it.
Oh, well, you know what? I have to go now. Speaking of, no, it's great. It's a good one. Beetlejuice has been one of my top 5 since I was like age 5, because I was allowed to watch things that were not age appropriate.
Did you have an older sibling?
Nope. I just had a very young mother. That's what happens.
Yeah, it's the same difference. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So that one is just, it's such a great movie.
Are you a Tim Burton person?
I'm an old school Tim Burton person.
Okay, good.
I mean, I love it. Edward Scissorhands, love Beetlejuice.
Pee-wee?
Love The Nightmare Before Christmas, even though he didn't direct that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. His I only know that
he
because
was just a producer, right?
Well, I mean, it's his whole creative vision, but the only reason I know that is because Henry Selick is the director and he went to Syracuse, and that's just like one of those weird. I happen to have a roster of notable alumni that went to Syracuse in my head. That's the only reason I know that. It's not a jab at Tim Burton by any means. Not like Tim Burton would care if I was smack talking him. He'd be like, "Who are you anyway?"
He's on the other line. Hold on, let me put him on.
Yeah, right. Oh, Tim, I'm so sorry. No, I'm just not into the newer stuff. It's not my cup of tea.
Are you a Pee-wee fan?
I loved Pee-wee when I was growing up. There is one episode in particular where he takes juice and puts it into an ice cube tray and then freezes it and is like, ta-da! Like, I think about it, I don't know, probably a few times a year for no reason. I just think about it. That's like, I'm not going to reveal my age. That's many. I already have.
Yeah.
But
you're 7 years after me, which means that you. I can do the math.
40. I'm just gonna say that, and that is true.
That's gross. I didn't realize I was inviting on an old person tonight. This is supposed to be hip.
I'm sorry to disappoint everyone.
Yeah. Hey, I'm older than you. I've seen. I'm down the hill further at this point. You're at the top of it. You can see into the distance.
Oh, I'm waving to you, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, you're waving to me, but all the horrible stuff is rolling down at me from up there. Did you wait? Okay, so I'm gonna. This is a bad question to ask. I was gonna say, did you feel a lot of change when you hit 40? Like, does that feel like a number that hurts?
I don't know. I haven't hit 40 yet.
You said you are.
No, I said I'm under 40.
Oh, I think you said you are 40. Oh, yeah. If I do the math correctly, you're under. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Never mind.
You'll have to come back and ask me when I when I hit that number.
Oh yes, you're still on the other side of the hill. You can't even see my side of the hill yet. It is just barren and gray. There's just I can see.
Have all the trees died?
Yeah, I can see the Grim Reaper in the distance. I
hear he's very friendly. Just show no judgment.
This time of year, he's out there on the hunt, and he knows I'm coming around the corner. I am the person who I want to get old. I like the idea of getting old, and I was like 70 right now.
I'm pretty sure I'm already living that lifestyle, so I'm not in a rush. Because I'm already living it.
You said you like to garden.
I do.
That
was the tip off.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll reveal a deep dark secret about my spouse, which I guess is also my secret to be spilled across the interwebs. Murder, She Wrote is a fan favorite in this house. So if you needed proof of my living this old life credentials, I've just delivered.
That's murder. I could understand it. I could get it. We tried to get into Love Boat for a while. Love Boat. Like there's a nostalgia factor that can go into that, and like how quaint and wonderful some of those shows are. And I understand Murder, She Wrote because of the whole like murder podcast thing. Like that can be
Oh no, this predates that.
Well, no, I know
this
it predates it, but I'm just saying like murder.
No, I mean my love of it predates it.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
We're talking like at least 10 years ago, like before maybe
to like murder.
Yes, I mean the murder on Murder, She Wrote is not very good. The whole thing is rather cheesy, but Angela Lansbury is a force, so
I can understand. Now, if you said Seventh Heaven or no, what was the one with Michael? Oh shoot, what was that called? It was something Heaven. That was very, very cheesy and whatnot. I would have issue with that one, but I can get into Murder, She Wrote. I get it. Is there well, okay, here, I was going to tell this story and tell me what your experience is. Last night my son is going to be in middle school next year.
Okay.
And we went to a little like orientation for the parents last night where they talked us through like, here's what they need for class, and here's how we're going to do lockers, and here's how we're going to do this and that and the other. And the teachers that were there, someone pointed out Highway to Heaven, that's what it's called. The teachers were surprisingly young in my mind.
As in younger than you.
Yeah, actually a lot of them were, I would guess. But
and how did that make you feel?
Me feel okay. I'm okay with it. It is kind of funny to think like some of them look like college students that have just graduated and they're like, this is my first teaching job. I got stuck at the middle school. But I remember teachers of that era being ancient and sort of like, I don't know if it's purely just my perception of.
It's almost 100% your perception. No, I'm kidding.
But like, I feel like all the teachers when I was in school had gray hair, and none of these people did. So either they dye those roots, or they got their act together of some sort. The question I'm coming towards is, did you have old teachers or did you have like younger teachers when you were in something like middle school?
In
like
middle school. Honestly, I have to.
Yeah, if you had to guess their age, how old do you think they actually were?
I was in junior high, not middle school. Technicality, but that is the period of my education I remember at least. I think I can only remember one teacher from 3 years of junior high. Maybe I can think of two. Like I think I blocked it out. It was probably the worst period of schooling in my life, and so I don't have many strong
I
memories.
think it probably was for a lot of people. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember teacher names. I can remember some faces, basically.
I
Uh,
can't even remember faces.
oh,
It's like it's fully, if it's in my brain, it is deep, 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 and I can't pull it out. But between elementary school and high school, I had both young and old teachers. I think it was a real, you know, potpourri, a little bit of everything.
I feel like now, like they all look so young and vibrant and like full of life. And I feel like all the teachers I had were further down the hill than I am now. Um, did when you said junior high, what did junior high entail? Like for
It was
middle school?
7th, 8th, and
Oh
ninth
yeah,
grade.
okay. So where did you go to school that you were what kind of like
Just a
old
public
90s
school.
1950s town did you grow up in?
Uh, I, I'm from outside of Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. I just for all the schools that I like, I think it switched to middle school when I got there, but it originally was a junior high, and I don't think a lot of people, like younger kids, know the difference at this point. But yeah, that 7, 8, 9, and so you didn't actually hit high school until you were in 10th grade, and that's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, I guess it's all I knew.
Did you go to the dances?
No, I did not. Also, not really my scene.
You weren't.
I was a band nerd.
I last night when we went to that thing, I went to talk to the principal afterwards, and I was one of the things that I'd like to do is get more involved in community art outreach through like the schooling system to make sure the arts are funded and not just the football team. And
Right.
I was talking to him, and I I said like, I don't know if this is a PTA thing because I don't really, and I had to stop myself, and I was like, I said it eventually. I was like, I really don't care about the dance stuff. Like I can like organize a dance for kids, but like I want to get involved in like, are there things that I could do to help, fundraising for the arts program or these kind of things. And I know that he's like probably a former, like PTA member and cares about
I thought you
sports.
were gonna say prom king.
He might have been. He might have been. He looked really young and like with it and hip. And so he probably was the cool kid when he was in school. And he was probably not going around saying hardcore music was a band, like some of us were. He seemed cool, and so I'll give him that at least. And I wanted to be careful of what I said to that young man that was there. But dangerous times, middle school. Did you have an okay time in high school?
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, it. I was in band. I was in all the bands, and that was great. I really loved that.
Were you in marching band?
Sure was.
Oh.
I was an officer in marching band.
Wait, what's that?
Like, I'm not kidding. What's that?
What's an officer mean? Like, well, let me tell you.
Oh boy. There's a drum major.
Okay.
That's the person that conducts the band. It's
What?
a student.
Are they playing drums?
And no. They're just, I actually don't know why all the terminology is the way it is. If someone is watching and cares to chime in, please do. But yeah, then there were officers. It was just like, it was not really anything real other than, there was like an assistant drum major and I don't know, somebody who was like a secretary, and it was like that kind of thing,
Yeah. I don't understand why it's called a drum major though if they're not playing drums. Did I miss something? Like,
I feel like as somebody who was in band for a long time, I should be able to answer this question, and I can't. So, and I can't use my phone because it's recording. So
I'll look it up later. To me, that doesn't like compute in my brain right now why that terminology would be tied to it. But it's like saying to someone that you use multiply in Photoshop. I have no idea why it's called multiply, but it's just always has been. So you just call it that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you play in marching band? What was your?
I played trombone.
Oh, okay. You got some. That's.
Bet you didn't see that one.
No, it's a fun one. It's like I don't know what I was thinking, like flute or something of the sort. And like trombone's it's got a. I mean that's not like a bass.
Brass.
Well, it's a brass. I know my father-in-law is actually a very accomplished trombone player and played in jazz bands and all sorts of stuff. But like, is it a melody or is it a rhythm in marching band? Like, are you just doing doot doot doot, or are you doing lots of fun craziness with it?
No, it's. I mean, it's low brass, so it's more than that. I think that would be a little bit more like tuba, or sousaphone in the marching band world, where you're doing a little bit more rhythm. But yeah, we had plenty of melodic. It wasn't just, notes after notes. But
what kind of music or what kind of songs were you playing? Were you doing like cool hip of the day music?
That's a good question. Gosh, I think it was a little bit of a mix. I'd say more probably like classic marching band fare. And in the stands, it's funny, I probably attended like 1,000 football games and I can't tell you a single thing about football. I don't know that I ever actually looked at one, like even looked up. But you would, play like, I can't even remember the name of the song. I want to say like "Hey Sloopy." Is that a song?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and like we are the champ, that kind of whatever boring stuff. But when we did competitions, because that is a thing, and that is a thing we did. We play more interesting stuff, and I was also in orchestra and jazz bands, so I had lots of different types of music happening.
Interesting. Okay. More power to you. I'm what's my wife said? Military groups perform mostly duty calls and battle signals during that period, and a file and drum corps directed by a drum major would use short pieces to communicate to field units. There you go. There's the answer. That's what
Thank you.
My wife comes through with a Wikipedia search there for us. I always thought it was just called the conductor. I didn't realize there was a separate term for that.
Well, I mean, there is like not to get into the granular details of my high school marching band experience, which I'm sure is riveting to everyone.
It is
somehow still watching. Yeah, I mean, there's a director, there's like an adult who teaches, because believe it or not, marching band also was a class in addition to an extracurricular activity. But the drum major was a student who led. I think that was for the ultra serious musicians of the group, who of course went on to major in music and then probably to teach music, because that is often the path.
And do you still play trombone?
I do, not as often as I should. Again, this is probably more information than most people need or want, but really have to build up your lip muscles, and mine are out of shape. So every time I play, I usually get discouraged, because like it's like any muscle that's out of practice. It would take so much time to get it back to where it needs to be to play as well as I used to, that I usually get distracted and or discouraged before then.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
So really it's like my lips turn into balloons every time I play, and then I'm like, man, this is hard. But no, I still like, I love music. I still like to play when I can. It's just never often enough. I mean, I think in high school I did mostly music and very little art, even though I loved art. And by senior year, I was like, you really got to take some art classes if you want to go to art school, because I was a solid musician, but I knew I don't like, it's hard to be an artist. I think it's probably even harder maybe to be a performing artist.
I can get that.
So I was like, I'm going to throw my eggs in this drawing art, this visual art bucket, and hope for the best.
You're going to go out on tour later and have a big solo trombone career?
Nope. I was never so delusional. Thank God.
Yeah. I am not musically inclined whatsoever. I am.
I was going to ask.
I'm not tone deaf. I mean, I used to play guitar, but not well. You know, sort of pick it and whatnot.
I also used to play guitar because I feel like at some point everybody used to play guitar.
I mean, I have guitars sitting in the background here that are like, a couple of them are decent guitars, but I have not gotten back into them and probably never will at this point, and sort of save them for like if my son at some point wants to pick up a guitar, then he can, and he's very musically inclined, so he might at some point, and more power to
awesome.
But yeah, I'm not tone deaf, but I'm not that far off. You know what's the interesting thing that I don't even know what this is. My dad cannot hum a song. So he can hum, but he can't hum a melody of any sort. Like his brain shuts off.
Can he sing a melody? Or no melodies ever?
Not well, but it's the humming that's the challenge. That he struggles with the humming part of it. And I don't understand what that is or why. I mean, he has all sorts of, like, he's not musically inclined just in general. But I always thought it was very fascinating that he can't hum a song.
That is really interesting.
And like, I can do that at least. I can manage that end of it. But
can you whistle?
No, I can't whistle. I never learned.
Interesting.
It's a magical thing that I have no idea how it works.
So we can't have that whistle off I was planning on?
But I can make weird noises with my mouth. That's a weird statement. I didn't like how that came out. As I said it, I was like, this doesn't.
Would you like a do-over on that one?
I can make like strange noises that are akin to whistling. Like, you know, you wanna I'm not gonna do examples of it. It's weird. But I'm trying to think if I have
people want it. They're demanding it.
It's like air in the side of my mouth that I can like in between my cheek and my teeth that I can make sort of weird Donald Ducky type noises. Like that. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'll use it for in my life, but at some point it's gonna come in handy. Do you have any weird talents? This is where this Gab and Doodle goes off the rails when I'm asking these kind of questions.
I can make an image. That's my.
Oh, that's such a cop out there.
Do I have any weird talents? I don't. I want to say I don't think so, but then I'm like, there surely is some strange thing I can do. I just don't know. I don't know.
I'm trying to think if there's like ones off the top of my head where I'm like, oh, that's talent that I have. I used to be able to cross my arms and then put my head through it in a way where it's hard to explain if you don't have the visual. But it was because I was very skinny and I had a lot of room for my head to go through. I have what I call chicken skin knees, where I can bunch up the skin on my knees and it feels weird. Like I said, this is where it goes off the rails. I remember impressing people in 7th grade. I was like, check this out. And I'd roll up my pants to my knee, and then I would bunch up all the skin on my knee and make it look like chicken skin. And all
And
the kids would go,
what was
"Whoa."
the general reaction to this?
It was pretty cool. My friends thought it was really neat. Uh,
Good friends you have.
I remember in second grade that if I make the Elvis lip long enough, that my lip twitches and I can't control it. It's like a weird nerve thing.
That's like, what do they say? Like if you frown too much, it'll get stuck on your face.
Yeah.
If you Elvis lip too much, you may never go
And
back.
I remember that because I remember making a kid laugh, and then we got in trouble because I was making the Elvis lip. My mom can only blink one eye.
Like, she not.
Well, no,
wait.
she can blink both eyes. She
Okay.
can only wink one eye, which is very fun to watch her try to do that. That's her weird talent, is a lack of ability to wink with both eyes. What else you got?
I have to say, I'm not a very good winker, so every time I wink, people are like, "Please stop." It's just I can't do it.
Does it look creepy?
I think it looks disturbing,
Okay.
like something's happening to my face that I can't control, which is probably an accurate description.
I feel like if I try to wink, it probably does come across creepy. There's that's a talent in a way.
It's
to not.
True. If you can pull off a wink without seeming like a creep, that is a talent in and of itself.
This is how to not pick up people section of the evening. If you go to a bar and try to wink at people, do not do what we do. I'm trying to think if there's any other strange talent. My wife's listening. She should know if I have any other strange talents, or what you would probably call annoying habits. At this point. I can fall asleep on the sofa really easily.
Oh yeah, me too. That's not a talent. That's a burden.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a talent. I think we should promote it that way from now on, and just get people on our side and say,
okay.
Yeah.
Here's a fun thing for you. I have been asked at possibly more than once, and I let me preface this by saying I am not making fun of any medical conditions, but rather myself. I've been asked more than once if I am narcoleptic because of my ability to fall asleep on things like couches. And I'm like, no, I can't control. Like, again, it's a miracle I'm up right now because, like, once we hit a certain time of day, if I'm, like, even remotely close to a supine position, it's all but guaranteed I will fall asleep.
No.
Like, I have friends that will just mercilessly mock me if it's late at night, and they can, they'll be like, I see your eyes. I see the flutter. The flutter of sleep is not it's not much longer now.
When you say that you can, or that you fall asleep on a sofa, does that mean sitting up?
I mean, I'm usually like, yeah, I probably could, yeah, definitely. But usually I'm laying down, but it has happened where I am sitting, and then you do one of those extreme neck bends where you're like, how far can I lean my head onto my own shoulder?
My father-in-law will nap he'll sit like on a wooden bench and just nap sitting up, where it looks like for 5 minutes, and that's good. And he's like, oh, I took a nap.
Wow.
And I'm like, that is painful for me because it just doesn't feel like, one, that you're getting any sleep.
No.
Two, does not look comfortable whatsoever. But he does that all the time, and it's sort of a known thing that he can just fall asleep wherever. I'm
really impressed.
I know that is a skill. I wish I actually had that skill to like take a 5-minute nap and feel refreshed.
Yeah, I definitely cannot do that. Like it's really a late at night thing. Like, to be clear, I'm not just walking around, or not, certainly not walking around falling asleep, but it's not any time during the day. It's just like 8 p.m. we start to approach the danger zone.
What time do you get up in the morning, though?
like 6.
Okay. Okay, so that's not too far out. If you said that you got up at like noon, then I would say there's medical.
I'm like a cat and I need 18 hours of sleep a day. I wish. No, I'm usually like a bed by 10, up by 6 kind of person.
Gotcha.
Give or take.
I'm up at 6:30 at the latest generally, and go to bed at about 1 to 2 at night, and it's bad. And
how do you function?
What's your major malfunction?
No, I said how do you function, but yeah.
I get naps every once in a while, and that's helpful. I am always tired. I try to like just drive off the road a little until I hit that rumble strip, and that will wake you up. No, it's
you try to do that.
It's the only way to stay awake. You stay on that rumble strip all the way to work. No, I'm always sort of perpetually tired, and it's not just that. Even before that schedule happened, or that I started doing that, I was always kind of just tired. I don't know. It's a dumb thing because I want to say it's not by choice, but it is. But some of it is like especially when I'm working on a deadline, your schedule sometimes has to fit in this weird little pocket of I got to stay up late at night to get stuff done.
Yeah, that's true.
How are you? Are you pretty? Yeah, my wife says I do fall asleep on the couch on the nights where I don't have anything I got to do. Yeah, that is pretty common. Make it up last time. Are you someone that's pretty regimented in your schedule when it comes to deadlines and stuff?
In what way?
In the sense of like getting stuff done and normal hours and not staying up late at night to get stuff done or putting stuff off. Are you a procrastinator? Let's put it that way.
No, I'm not. I tend to be pretty on top of it. If I stay up late, it's usually not because I procrastinated, but because I put too much on my plate, which is the lesson I wish I would learn. Say no.
Yeah. You don't have to agree to every job? What's that like?
Well, I mean, doesn't it always feel like any job could be your last? Like someone will catch on and be like, no, let's not hire her anymore.
Yes. No, that is a common thing in my world. And I think every artist world at this point is that fear. I've just drawn flowers this whole time, and I haven't even come close to putting a locust in or a bug in. It's time for bugs. What kind of bugs should I put into this thing? Are you there?
Oh. For some reason, I'm like, he's asking the whole audience, and they'll all respond. No. Sorry, it's like I don't know how to use conversation. I mean, you could go cicada to honor the impending brood, or what's a good one? Like a praying mantis, or a stink bug. Those are kind of a fun shape.
The shield bugs, yeah.
Yeah, or a mosquito.
Yeah.
A lonely mosquito.
Actually, I kind of like the idea of putting a mosquito in, but it's a question of scale. I think I may just okay, I need to start with just a locust. And locusts are like grasshoppers, essentially, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I have to be honest with you. I think I confused locusts and cicadas as a kid. So it took me a minute to disentangle those two things.
I think cicadas this whole time too. So I'm off myself.
Oh,
that's somebody.
It's gonna be like my 10-minute warning because somebody's ready for bed.
I thought that was,
and she'll get louder and louder the longer I wait.
Actually, I thought that was a okay, I got a cicada here. I thought that was a baby at first. the cat noise.
No, so she's, how old is she? I think she's 17 years old. And I looked this up. Cat years to human years. That makes her 84 in human years. And she, at night, has gotten very, at night and early in the morning, she's very vocal. The rest of the day, she's pretty quiet, but part of the reason I get up at 6 these days is because she hops on the bed, walks over to my face, and does that.
Just loud as can be. That's like my cats and my dogs in the morning are a nightmare of energy, trying to get my attention constantly. It's too much. And then my son, ugh, what a pain. You don't have kids, right?
No.
Yeah, don't. It's imagine a cat, but just needy for things that they can actually go get themselves.
Yes.
That's the reality of a child at this point in my life. Constantly, can you just go get me some goldfish? And it's like, you can walk there, buddy. You can do it yourself. This is part of the show where I complain about having kids.
I have a 10-year-old cousin who's very cute. But yes, I've witnessed this in real time. And he for his 10th birthday, he said, "Will you make me a cat cake?" And I was like, "Oh, sure." You know, I have cats. I love cats. He loves cats. His parents will let him have a cat. I want to nurture his love of cats. So I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'll make you a cat cake. Thinking like, oh, I'll just do one of my derpy illustrations. It'll be great.
Yeah.
And then the next time I saw him, which was before his birthday, but, you know, after this request, he said, "Oh, I want to show you this show. It's called Is It Cake?" And I was like, okay.
No.
And we're watching it, and I was like, okay, just to be clear, you are not getting a cat cake like this. If that's what you were thinking when you requested it, let me just burst your bubble now.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way.
You're gonna be lucky if it has the right amount of eyes.
It had two eyes and 2 ears.
Yeah.
And a party hat made of Rice Krispie treat. It was a huge success.
Did you like it? Did you make it?
I did. I made it. It was a homemade funfetti. I also like to bake. That's another thing. It was a homemade funfetti cake with vanilla Swiss buttercream. And I have a photo of him where he's just waving his hands. He's so excited. It was worth it.
Yeah. That show my son was into for a while. He got into like the baking shows. That and what's the Nicole Byer one? Where people are bad at baking. Oh, I can't. Nailed it.
I don't know.
Nailed it. That's what it was. And he was really into those for a while. But then anytime I asked, "Do you want to help bake stuff?" he has no interest now. He's crossed that threshold into 4-year-old world. And
wow, that was
it was all downhill. So he's cool, but he's he's a cat and then some. But you know what's cool about a 10-year-old? I'm gonna tell you a little tip. You can tell him that he has chores to go clean the cat litter. Now, does he do a good job? No, he doesn't do a good job. But you can get him to at least try, and that's cool.
True. Next time he comes over, I'll be like, "I have a fun task for you." It's called.
Speaking you're talking about me.
Yeah, are your ears burning? Let's see, I tried to pet her and she's like, I was about to curse on this. She's like, "Back off, person."
You can curse if you really want to.
Oh my God, it's going to be on YouTube for all time.
Yeah. Your employers at Google are going to find out that you
I'm pretty sure I've said worse. No, kidding.
Wait, what did you say?
I said, I'm pretty sure I've said worse at work, but.
Yeah. But, that's not out in public where you have to maintain an image for them. That's a whole different thing.
If if my whole life tanks after this.
Yeah, you can blame me. We heard that you had a Good Charlotte CD. And
oh my God, you brought it up again. How dare you? Can't believe it. Twice.
The world's falling apart because that's one extra Good Charlotte CD. Do you shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, I just lost it. I don't remember. It had something to do with like being online. Like I know that you oh, I know what I was gonna say. Okay, so at the beginning of this you said it's really hard to work and make at the same time. Has that changed? Do you feel like you're okay making work and talking at the same time now?
Not really. I feel like I did it right now. I'm like, I must stop and look up at your hands as though your hands are your face, but they are not. There are no eyes there. There's no mouth.
They're better looking than my face.
I don't know about that, but they certainly can do things that I doubt you could do with your face unless you can wield scissors with your mouth or something.
This is I have a new type of art where I chew it. It's amazing. It's called chewed collage. It's all wet and sloppy. That's yeah. I should have stopped right there. I'm sorry. We went too far. My world is problematic now. I hope that it's easier or has come a little bit easier as time has gone on. But I mean, I've watched you. In fact, I'm looking at a picture of a cicada. I need to go back to Instagram here on my iPad so I can see. Ooh, that's the wrong Instagram. Hold on. Oh, I think it got it. Okay, there we go. But it's the idea of having a conversation while working, I think, starts to grow on people over time. Is it a perfect situation? No, but hopefully it is somewhat easier as this has gone on. I'm like cutting locust heads now. Not locusts, cicadas. I keep saying the wrong one.
I totally understand. I had the same. Really, I think it took a minute to figure out that's not the same thing.
I like my biblical plagues. They're the best thing in the world. If I can just cut out locusts and raining frogs all the time. I don't even know if that's accurate. I'm not religious of any sort, and so I think locusts are in the Bible, but I don't know.
I think you're right.
It's gotten strange now. It's gotten real weird.
And now we're entering the Bible hour. Is that what you're saying?
This is let's reflect on our life. I'm over the hill now, and I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Questioning my life. It's gotten dark. Okay, never mind. I need to stop being stupid at this point. I don't even know what I'm doing with these cicadas yet, but I'll figure it out. I feel like
you're giving them a home of carefully crafted flowers.
But I feel like there needs to be a story. I got to figure out a story with them, but I'll get there.
That's true.
7 cicadas to play with. Let's see where they fit. And then I got to do wings, and I got to do limbs, and it's already 11 o'clock at night. Did you know it's 11 o'clock at night? This is, I can't believe you're such a liar that you fall asleep because 11 o'clock at night. You could have been watching.
So hopped up with nerves and anxiety that I probably won't sleep for the rest of the week.
You could have been watching Murder, She Wrote this whole time.
I could have been sleeping to Murder, She Wrote this whole time.
And maybe you'll. Is it Murder, She Wrote? Is it streaming at this point, or you got like a DVD collection?
I have a 12-season box set.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, you're in it to win it.
Well, in case you were interested, it had been streaming on Netflix, and then it was taken off, and it was at that point that I was like, never again.
It was the quality wasn't as good. They didn't have the DVD set comes with behind the scenes footage. Yeah. They have lots of hair and makeup of Angela Lansbury. No?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I was getting it mixed up for a second. you know, like I said, to each their own. You do you, and I won't make fun of you that much for watching Murder She Wrote.
I mean, if we're being honest, I got the box set for my spouse, so it's not, you know, I'm sort of just a passenger on this ride. She's driving this vehicle.
Okay. Uh, oh no! I just had these all set up where I wanted them, and I just laughed and moved all these cicadas around. That was not smart. Okay, I'm just gonna start sticking cicadas down, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
My wife said, "What kind of paper are the cutout animals made from?" What are we using paper-wise? Do you even know, or is it just
nope. I don't even know. It's probably like, I think some of it is actually paper from IKEA, and some of it is just, I don't know, maybe there's a package in here. Ooh, your wife is in luck. It is premium tag board, because only the finest. Let your imagination shine. Thank you, Pacon Creative Products.
I didn't realize you were spending the big bucks.
Yeah, I mean, this one set me back with 5 bright colors, 65 pounds. No, it's actually a nice weight. I like to make paper ornaments around the holidays to stick on the Christmas tree, and this holds up pretty well.
Are you a crafty person?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Are you talking about baking? You're talking about making ornaments, and are you making your own personal wreaths to go on the door? I don't know. I feel like I'm just like poking fun now the entire. Are you doing this?
Like, well,
are you just putting on
I mean,
Good Charlotte's Christmas album and?
Oh, okay. You know, that's where I draw the line. I'm 100% Vince Guaraldi. You know, you gotta get some classic Peanuts going that time of year.
Street cred. You got some street cred. There we go.
That's my. I mean, that, and I like, you know, some jazz around the holidays. Got the right kind of thing going on. I'll give another plug before I wind down. You asked about films, and then we talked about Angela Lansbury, and that made me think. Oh, right, the other person I love, Julie Andrews.
Okay, I can see it.
Mary Poppins is one of my favorite movies still to this day. I love it so much.
Nothing wrong with Mary Poppins. Is a great movie.
I am not at all bashful about it. Please, if anything, proclaim it to the world. I love Mary Poppins. It's so good.
Did you see the new one with what's her face?
No, I probably won't, because again, Julie Andrews is perfect. I feel like I brought this up for a real reason. Oh, there's an album, Duke Ellington Plays Mary Poppins. It's very good. If you like jazz and you like Mary Poppins, check out that album.
Now, admittedly, when you said that, my first thought was Duke Ellington is playing the part of Mary Poppins.
Okay, that would be phenomenal as well, but no. He plays the music of Mary Poppins.
That would be amazing if it's him just there. Hey, kids, I'm your new nanny, and here we go. Okay, interesting. I'm my father-in-law is in love with all those like old, like Mary Poppins and some of the older movies, and he'll watch them nonstop. My wife even says, "I love the movie Mary Poppins," so she gets some street cred this time, because that's what Mary Poppins gets you nowadays, is street cred. Okay, I got my locusts in there. Should they be doing anything, or should they just be there? Should it be about lots of locusts? Should I cut out more locusts and fill this whole page with locusts?
Well, if
Oh,
we're thinking
cicadas.
about plague level events, then I think the answer
Yes.
is yes.
Okay, I'll do it.
I mean,
I'll paint my board.
that's the story, I guess, you
Just
know?
loaded with cicadas. I keep saying locusts, and I know it's not locusts. It's cicadas. I'm gonna get it one of these times.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's going to be the big event, right? It's yeah, swarm. I think that's what you're going for is swarm of cicadas.
Form of cicadas, like
Yes.
like the Wonder Twins. Do you know the Wonder Twins?
Nope.
Super Friends. There was these two twins on the show Super Friends, the like DC cartoon about Superman and the Wonder Woman and whatnot. And one could always transform into an animal, and the other one could transform into some form of water. And so it's like in the form of a monkey, and then the other one's in the form of a bucket of water. And that was their thing, but they'd always say in the form of. And so you're welcome. There's some history from my past. That shows how old I am.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
That was a little outside my wheelhouse. Though if you had mentioned Animorphs, I would have been like, ah, yes.
Oh, Animorphs. Oh man, I remember those. I remember working in the bookstore selling those when they were like popular. That is
Talk about some illustrations you'll never forget, even if you want to.
Like some of them were kind of cool, right? Or were they
Some of them. But some of them were really weird and creepy. But I mean, when you're like transforming a girl into a bat, it's gonna get weird.
Yeah, it's those in between stages.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, I don't want to keep you. I know that you said a 5-minute warning or something of the sort, and I know I don't want to keep asking questions and make you stay past your or force you to stay past your welcome. That doesn't make any sense. I'm happy to keep asking questions and go, and we can talk about other nonsense. Is absolutely fair game, but I also want to be respectful of your time.
Well, are there any other things you want to touch on before I rest my weary head?
Let me see. Okay, here's the last question I'll give you.
Okay.
And you probably have an answer for this. So my wife and I are watching Star Trek, and there's the term Trekkers, which with the appropriate one, not Trekkies. If you're watching Murder, She Wrote, is there a name for the people that watch Murder, She Wrote? Or are
your final question?
Or Angela Lansbury fans? Like Langeliers? Or...
Ooh, I love that.
I like how you asked it. Like, is this the last question? Like, this is what you're going to end on? Yes, it is.
Just double checking.
Yeah,
Langeliers.
This is what we're going with. All right. Langeliers.
I don't know. Die Hards.
Murder We Wrote. No, that doesn't make sense. There's got to be a name out there. You got to hunt that down, and I will send you things like the clip of the people dancing to Mariah Carey and Janko Jeans and the skateboard one, but you got to find out what Langeliers are actually called.
Okay, that can be my homework, and I will get back to you.
That is your homework.
Though I will make a plug for a random Instagram account I don't really know that much about, but it's called Murder, She Wore, which I feel like is really good, and that's it's just like screen grabs of great outfits from Angela Lansbury and Murder, She Wrote.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty great name.
What era? Like, I know Murder, She Wrote went for a long time, but when did it start? Was it the 80s or was it 70s?
No, I think it was 80s and the 90s.
80s and the 90s. Okay.
Because it was on for 12 years, so it spanned a decade.
I know of like the early 90s, and I didn't know if it went back further or if it continued past where my recollection of it was. But all right, you do you lange it up. You and no, there's got to be no. I'm gonna figure out one too.
Oh, well, so her character's name is JB Fletcher.
Fletcher.
So I'm just, for more inspiration.
JB, it's not like a name, it's just initials.
Well, her name is Jessica, but she goes by JB.
Okay. Everyone knows that.
Duh.
Yeah. All the cool
I should have asked you before I even agreed to do this.
What?
Like some basic questions about Murder, She Wrote. If you couldn't answer, I was going to have to be like, sorry.
You didn't do your research. I didn't do my research. No, you did your research. I didn't do my research. I should have known going into this night that we were going to talk about Murder, She Wrote as much as we have. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to ask any more questions. That was the final question. And you have homework, and at some point I want to report. I want a single-spaced report on the multitude of I'm trying to sound like I'm a smart person talking about Angela Lansbury, on the multitude of her complex roles in the what? Fletchheads? Fletchheads. That's what people are saying. You're a fletchhead.
A fletchhead.
It sounds, I don't know, that one sounds worse. I think a Langelier sounds better to me, but yeah.
I love Langelier. I think we should try to make that happen.
And get some shirts made. just her face, a giant picture of her face on the front, and it says, "I'm a Langelier."
I'm gonna send one to you.
I would, if you sent me one, I would put it up on my Instagram to share with people.
This sounds like a dare.
It is a dare. You better ante up. And I will send you a poster of Lenny Kravitz and his belly button.
It sounds like punishment.
Oh, it's a dare. It's a dare. You got to put it up on your wall in your place.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Langelier, super cool.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you remember Lenny Kravitz's belly button?
I don't. Yeah. I really don't.
You know what? It looks like Angela Lansbury, so it's pretty cool.
Does it though?
Maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. This is how you can tell I have not had enough sleep right now. I'm talking about Lenny Kravitz's belly button looking like Angela Lansbury. Okay. And I'm cutting out cicada bodies.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. It's okay. We can call the doctor in the morning. All right. Anyways. Now I keep wanting to ask questions, but I know I don't want to throw it at you.
Okay, it's fine. Just hit me with another one.
Okay. So if Angela Lansbury, no, just go back in.
I'm ready. I'm ready for all the Lansbury questions.
How many murders does she actually solve? Is it a murder per show?
Yes.
Are any of them gruesome, or are they like someone fell down the stairs and they hurt their?
Some of them are. I mean, it's gruesome is a relative term, but yeah. I mean, some of them are, gunshots to the head or whatever.
And do they show it at all?
No.
But,
no. This is not like Law and Order level event.
Yeah, this is not horrifying. Does she question people in an interrogation room?
Does she? Yeah. No, she's not a police officer. She's a mystery writer.
Oh.
Do you even know what the premise of Murder, She Wrote is?
Yeah, I knew she was a mystery writer. I was just testing you. That's what you passed. I thought that she was like a detective and someone was writing about her.
No. Oh my God. How did, oh,
Yeah. Had you
jeez.
known, I would have ended this call hours ago.
So here's the deal. J.B. Fletcher is a widow. And now that she has all this time on her hands, she writes mystery novels. Somehow, actually, the backstory is that she's been writing, and her grandson shows her, or not her grandson, her nephew, because she has no children, shows her manuscript to an editor because he works in New York City or something, and she gets a book deal, and then she becomes really famous. And she just always happens to be in a place where murder happens. Like it's just like, oh, wherever she goes, murder follows. And so she's like, well, here's all my expertise from being a recently minted murder mystery writer. And actually, the best part is, you know how you're like, what are the odds that this person is just always around murder? They do deal with that eventually.
Like,
I think she goes on trial or something at some point, and they're like, how is it that everywhere you go, there's a
it's like the last episode of Seinfeld where it's just a big court trial and all the people come in and go, this is kind of suspicious.
Yep, pretty much.
And what was I going to say? So she helps solve them, but does she work with the police? Are they like, hey, come in here and help us out? Or is it just sort of like she's at a cafe and she sees a police officer and she goes and taps him on the shoulder and goes, hey, guess what, officer? I know what happened.
Well, it really depends on where she is. If she's in her hometown, then sometimes they can solve her. If she's she's always traveling because she has like 1,000 nieces and nephews. If she's someplace else, usually the cops will be like, "Man, lady, watch out," until she endears herself to them.
She's in a 1930s detective.
Yes, pretty much.
Dame, come over here with those sticks.
I like how this has become the Langelier fan club hour.
This is, yeah, you got a new recruit here. Okay, wait. Now, her murder, no, wait a second. I already revealed the question. Her husband died. How?
That's a good question. I don't know. Of natural causes. How dare you?
But, like, if they're going to question whether she's around all these murders, shouldn't they also be questioning how her husband died? Like, wouldn't that be part of that?
I can't believe you would
quandary?
even go there.
Yeah. Not my Angela. Not J.P. Fletcher or whatever. What is it?
Oh my God, it's J.B. Fletcher.
J.B. Fletcher. Who's J.P. Fletcher? They got to look into that person. That's probably the real killer.
Probably.
This is actually quite entertaining to me on a multitude of levels here, of like learning about Murder, She Wrote more than, like, did I know at the beginning of the night that I was going to learn that it was this? No, I did not. Is it funny? Or is it like serious drama?
No, it's definitely not serious drama.
Campy?
It's lighthearted. It's almost approaching camp. I think sometimes it's unintentionally campy, but generally it's like it's a lightweight kind of feel-good murder show.
Does she speak to the camera ever?
No.
Never. Has she ever not solved a murder?
Good question. I don't think so.
She's so good.
I think she always.
Yeah. And is she ever does she ever like catch, well, no. Okay, how do I put this? Because obviously, like, she catches the criminal through her detective work, etc. But does she ever actually like chase down a criminal and be like, stop, come over here, I know you're the killer?
Yeah. I think she probably does things akin to that. Yeah. Why not? We'll give her the credit.
Does she ever get it wrong in any of the episodes?
Not in the end.
Like,
think she always gets it right in the end, I think. Is anyone fact
My wife
checking me? I'm
just
not
up
like a
there. I
Wikipedia
can
here.
hear. Wait, my library growing up was J.V. Fletcher Library. Wait a second. Did you say V or B?
B as in B.
That doesn't. Oh, B as in Bravo, or V as in.
B as in
Okay.
baseball. B as in Bravo. B as in Buttercup. B as in briny pickle.
You're getting more and more frustrated. This is.
Do you get it, man? Do you get the JB?
I get it now.
Okay, great.
I'm just you know, the airwaves here sometimes can screw up, and my wife put J.V. Fletcher, and that just threw me a curveball. I'm going to do a couple. My wife's yelling at me of what I got to do in this picture now. She's not hip to talking about Angela Lansbury like us. Okay, wait. I'm trying to think of other questions then. I'm only a level 1 Langelier. I don't know. I only know so much, and then you're a seasoned pro. I'm trying to think of like a show that I know this much about that I could be like, oh yeah, this is what happens. This is how many seasons have you watched?
All 12, at least twice, maybe 3 times.
Have you watched? Are there enough seasons that by like the end you're like, oh, I forgot who it was in this case?
Did you hear me say 12 seasons?
I don't know if that means yes or no.
But that's a hard yes. There's got to be like 20-something episodes per season. This is not like your Netflix era. Ooh, there are 5 or 6 episodes.
Okay. And then
we're talking hundreds of episodes, my friend.
I like the tone change there too. Oh, this is 12 seasons.
Well, this is because it's past my bedtime.
There's someone like tuning in right now from like Taiwan going like, what are they talking about? I have no clue what this is, but this is so entertaining me to find out about. She's American, right? Uh-oh.
The character or the actor? Technically, she was born in Britain, but I think she was British American or something.
I was about to say Lady Langelier or Lady Lansbury, and then I realized, oh, that's British, and maybe she's not actually, she's not
she
cool
might be
like that.
I wouldn't be surprised. Star of stage and screen. Okay, now it's becoming too much. I have a feeling my spouse is watching this, and I'm probably going to hear a lot about it later. I mean, I assume she's just going to be proud of me for pushing her pro-Lansbury agenda, but...
You got it wrong!
Also...
In season 4...
I'm not that hardcore. I can't tell you. And not to be confused with a band name, because that's not what I'm referring to.
How dare you?
But
how dare you?
I don't know all the details. I know more than I thought I knew, which is surprising and terrifying and possibly embarrassing in the light of tomorrow's day. But
this is going
that's a problem
on
for future me.
YouTube. This is going on YouTube. Childhood taunts. This is what? Oh, she's a dame. Well, I said she's a dame.
Yes,
Whoa.
dame. That's right. Lots of props to your wife for all of her hard work behind the scenes.
She does the real work. She searches up what Angela Lansbury's title is. This is why she gets paid the big bucks. Interesting. Okay, because a dame is kind of cooler too. Dame Lansbury.
Yeah. Isn't this like the knight equivalent or something?
Yeah, something like that. I like.
Anyone British watching that wants to put us?
They're all asleep right now. It's like.
Oh yeah, like I should
for
be.
them. Yeah. Or maybe they're up. Maybe there's some. My wife's half takes
It's
something, so it's
fine.
all the
Langoliering.
yeah, all the Langoliers report.
Well, I think this has inspired me to do an J.B. Fletcher piece.
You
Not right now because I'm waiting, but when it goes up, I'm gonna tag you,
pitch
Mark,
to Google,
and I'll put some fun fun facts.
Can you pitch a Google Doodle ever? You there? Uh-oh. Did we lose? Did we lose signal?
We just go silent.
Oh, are you there?
Oh, weird. I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Am I out of power? Hold on.
Oh, no. It's like, wow.
Can you hear me
My
now?
headphones. Yep.
Okay. I asked, can you pitch stuff to Google for doodles? Like, could you actually do an Angela Lansbury one?
I could. I should do that. She died recently, which is very sad. And also a requisite, unfortunately, to be a doodle.
Now, wait. Are you sure she died of natural causes, or did someone murder her?
Did she murder herself?
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's so sad. A national treasure lost. But
You got
I will pay an homage to her one way or another.
Yeah, you got to find out if you can do an Angela Lansbury one if there hasn't been one already.
That would be very cool. And no, there hasn't been one, and there's not one in the works yet, but maybe. Top secret information that I can't reveal one way or the other. But
it's gonna be. It's gonna be there at some point, and it's gotta have your name. Wait, Mike Petrick just said she fell asleep. I hope that's. I don't know if that's because of your audio cutting out for a second, or if that's Abbott Angela Lansbury.
I don't. Thanks, Mike. Either way.
Yeah, I don't know which one that is, Mike. You've got to clarify that, sir. Otherwise, you're going to go down as an awful person.
It's probably because this pencil got too heavy in my hand. Here, I forgot to update. This is it's basically a pencil, but it's super fun. It's just a big chunky 6B Lyra graphite stick that's like the size of my finger.
Okay. I can see. Yeah, my wife's gonna have to just like figure out some of this when she goes to post. I'm really proud of you for staying up past your bedtime, though. I must say that you are.
Yeah, I made it 3.5 out of your proposed 4 hours, which I'm rounding up. I'm grading on a curve and giving myself an A.
This is pretty good. I'll give you the A. I'll let you have that win.
Yeah, because when I told my spouse, the timeline for this, she all but laughed at me like that will be impossible for you. So I've defied expectations this evening. This is momentous for everyone watching. You've witnessed a miracle of sorts.
This is I was trying to think of a joke there, but I can't think of one fast enough. We'll leave it at that. I just not fast enough, wasn't funny enough, and so move on.
Keep workshopping that one.
Yeah. It's got to be something. This Fletchhead. Wait, Mike says when the audio cut out, dang, because that's what he was talking about falling asleep. It says this Fletchhead would never say such an awful thing. I don't think you can force Fletchheads. I mean, it's maybe you can because it does sound kind of cool. Maybe it's like two different turfs, and it's sort of like people who like Twizzlers and people who like red vines. Okay. And depending on what side of the Mississippi you're on, you're either a Fletchhead or you're a Langolier.
I mean, I'll make a proposition though. A Langolier is just a fan of Angela Lansbury. Could or may not be a Fletchhead. Yeah, you can be both, either or. You do you. Whatever feels right.
So, yeah, could you actually be a fan of Angela Lansbury and not like Murder, She Wrote?
Hard
to imagine, but anything's possible.
There's always someone. It takes all kinds.
That's what I mean. You never know. I hate to make any assumptions.
I don't know why this is so funny to me, but it's making me laugh tonight. Just the absurdity of where this conversation has gone. And if you go back and look at like where we started, and it was this thing about like, you know, oh, when you first got your first book, etc., and now you're calling me out for hardcore music. I mean, hardcore.
You brought that on yourself, to be fair.
That's like, I will never live that down in my life. Like, I will remember that moment of hearing him on the phone. I know where I was in this apartment when I mentioned it to him on the phone. I remember hearing the dead silence afterwards. That one's going to haunt me for some time. But whatever. I'll manage. I'll get through it.
And now it's been captured
for all
you.
My roommate will go, I remember that. I thought you were an idiot. And you will not be wrong. Yeah. Okay. I got to finish these cicadas. I call them cicadas.
You did?
I did. I finally caught on. I finally managed.
Look how much growth and evolution we've both experienced tonight. You calling cicadas, me staying up past 10 o'clock.
We are this is the kind of moment that needs to be part of a documentary at some point, talking about this is the moment where the world became a better place, and this is the beginning of the creation of the world's greatest statue for Angela Lansbury. This is where we ended up with the national treasure of a 100-foot tall Angela Lansbury that looms over Philadelphia.
That would make Philly an even more interesting place to visit.
I will tell you, the first thing that I think of whenever someone mentions Philly is, well, I guess there's two things: the Haymarket, or whatever that place is where you can get. Or no, you're not in Philly. You're in upstate New York. I was in Philly, but whenever I think of Philly, I think of that robot. Do you know the robot? The hitchhiking robot?
No.
There is this robot that I think it started somewhere in Canada, and the idea was that it sits on the side of the road and it like hitchhikes, and then you take it to its next location, you set it up on the side of the road, and then someone else takes it another distance. And it was going all over the country and whatnot, and it made it to Philly, and then it got torn apart and left on the side of the road in Philly and stopped its journey there. And so whenever I think of Philly, I always think of the fact of that robot that only made it to Philly and that no further. It's calling.
I'm gonna look that up. That sounds like a sad story.
It's a classic Philly story. It is the pride of Philadelphia. I forget what the robot was called, but it's a fun one. I'm trying to get this marker to work. Do you have anything in the morning? Are you going to regret this tomorrow?
Probably. I have a student's thesis committee. So, there's that. I'm excited.
Kept falling asleep sitting up.
No, I can't. This is her graduating thesis. I'm super pumped. It's awesome. But yes, with that, I should say thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for keeping things light and entertaining and having a good time. I mean, truthfully, like sometimes these can be not downers, but can be a little goofy and make me question why I'm doing it. No, it was entertaining, and I had a lovely time, and I learned more about
Angela Lansbury / JB Pleasure.
Janko jeans, that people actually own them. And
We're not just mythical creatures, we're real.
It's I thought they were cryptids. I always right up there.
Well, you don't actually know that I'm not one. You've hardly even, it's mostly just been hands.
Yeah.
Earlier it was a mask.
You yell out, skaters over here, and then it's like calling for Bigfoot. Janko Jean wearing teenagers come out of the woodwork. And
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's a super accurate description of how it works. So anyways, I really do appreciate you taking the time tonight and being willing to be a goofball idiot with me, especially as the night wore on. So
I appreciate it. It was awesome. I had so much fun being social over the airwaves. Thank you for having me. Thank you for putting up with my Angela Lansbury dissertation. I promise there will be sequels that you may or may not be subjected to, but everyone else will be released.
Yeah, you're gonna send me memes for years.
Just your DMs are about to be flooded with Angela Lansbury. You brought it on yourself.
All right.
Any other Angela Lansbury fans, let me know. But no, thank you so much. This was super fun. I really appreciate it. And thank you for making it not the stressful thing I was fearing. Not that I fear you, but myself and the anxiety monster that resides within. So it was kept at bay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate those comments, and it warms my heart. So we'll leave it at that.
Can't wait to see your swarm of cicadas.
Yep, it'll get there. Okay, last question.
It's almost there.
Are you gonna go to sleep right away?
Yep, pretty much. I mean, I have some teeth brushing and that kind of stuff, but yeah.
Okay, good. Go to sleep. I will be in touch. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who stuck with us. Thanks, Mike, for all the good comments.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. Folks that are tuning in, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do these wings on these cicadas. That's the challenge right now. How do I do these wings on these dudes? Well, that's the challenge right now. I'm trying to figure out how I put them on here. But for those that tune in late, that was Lydia Nichols, who did a fabulous job. Oh, fabulous job. Well, now they look creepy. If I put these eyes on. I was thinking because they have red eyes, but like they look haunted now. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, how can I, like, I'm trying to figure this out, folks. So just bear with me as I try to manage this. Well, they are going to have pupils. But I'm just trying to figure out how to put the wings and put pupils and other like little legs and stuff like that on them. It's just, there's a lot to figure out here, and not a I could probably go even bigger with the eyes. Kind of redunculous big. As the challenge is the wings, and how do I do the wings? I mean, I do have something that can do sort of a transparent. Well, that's I'm trying to do a little test on some paper here with some of this. Let's see if I do. Let's take a little scrap here. I'm going to have to do another round of this just to see. That's not transparent enough. I mean, I guess if I do this and then just wipe it away, I can get transparent. I could do it with paint. I could actually paint them on, little wings. Maybe that's what I have to do, is paint them on, which is kind of a pain, but I can do it.
Or just start with a new piece and don't paint it so dark.
Yeah, less opaque. Let me see. Whoa, I'm dropping stuff. Whoa. Come on, get off there. I mean, I could actually go and stick something like this down on the surface without any paint on it. Let me see what that looks like. If that's... Yeah, see that? I think that's not transparent enough. I think I'm gonna have to do it with... I did. On the piece that I have right now, I've stuck it down. My wife's talking to me in the background, folks, if it matters. Yeah, I don't think it, I think it's not transparent enough. I think I'm gonna have to paint it. I think I'm gonna have to paint it, which is fine. I can do it. I could do it in a different color too. I could take like blue and make it so it's sort of blue, the wings. No, that's not gonna work. I don't think. Michael Flood, TikTok. You asked about TikTok. I do have a TikTok and stuff gets posted on there, but I'm not concerned about a bigger audience at this point. I mean, a bigger audience is great, but my goal is not numbers is not the game at this point. I'm doing it as an educational thing. Let's put it that way. But it is something that has been considered. Let's see. Lisa Coates, Coutts. Thanks for keeping me entertained as we work. I hope that all the talk about Miss One Angela Lansbury was entertaining and not too weird. I mean, it was weird, I know that, but hopefully it wasn't too weird. Let's see. I'm going to see about putting in some wing-a-ding-dings here. I'm going to try making a bluish gray and see. So if I take something like this and then I go on top of it here, can I get, I need that to be more blue. So I came in here and did these wings. Ooh, I like that. Wait a second. Here we go. It's more sort of painterly. I kind of dig it now. That's cool. Let's see. So if the problem is I gotta do this on all of them, but sort of a dry brushy kind of approach to the wings here, and then I'll give them silly little faces and legs, and I'll put details into the wings as it comes down to it. But let's see. Lauren, did you keep good notes on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I missed a chunk of it in the middle.
How dare you? You were sending Charlie to bed, is that what you said?
I'm not sending. Reading stories.
What? My wife said that they were already planning their Halloween costumes. Wait, let's find out what we're going to be this year. What's the theme for Halloween? Our favorite foods. So my wife said that we're going to be our favorite foods and that she'll be a big box of rice checks. And I will be a big taco. And my son will be a box of chicken nuggets. Is that really his favorite food? I'm trying to think of what is taco my favorite food? It probably is. I'm trying to think if there would be. What, a taco? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's like something for me that would be besides a taco. Like, is a taco actually my favorite food? I mean, a burrito is pretty good, but I feel like I want to do something that's maybe like weirder than just a plain old taco. Like, I'm trying to think if there is something that's like, what would be in that same ballpark essentially. Wait, I bet you could modify one of those inflatable dino costumes to be a dino nugget. That's pretty good. Just add some foam to it and paint it. I feel like, yeah, what would be, is there something that is actually like distinctly my, pierogies would be pretty good. Lemon Danish is up there. Just cheese. Just a piece of cheese. Smoked Gouda. Yeah, that's true. My wife said just something that I can move around in, so I'm not too trapped. There's got to be something that's like the quintessential like me thing, but it probably truly is tacos or burritos or something like that. What would people, okay, so let's ask this then for people that are out there tuning in from afar. If you had to be a food costume for Halloween based on your favorite food, what would it be? Put it in the comments. What kind of costume are we talking? I know. Too many. Ooh, Satan. But it would be funny because you could get a Satan costume, like a devil costume, and then modify it, and put yourself in a little Tupperware, a clear Tupperware, so you're like a little container of Satan. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Because you don't want to have fun. I got it. Where are we time-wise? 54. Okay, I got 6 minutes. Can I get this done in 6 minutes? No, I cannot. But I will try to get close. And so I don't have to do it. I'm going to have to piece this one together. It's going to go too long. I'm trying to think if there's like some candy or something that would be like a type of food. Rope licorice. Just a giant red noodly tube and be like, I'm rope licorice. What do flying cicada wings look like? I'm gonna look it up here. Oh, I will. They look what? Yeah. I'm gonna yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I want to see is if I can find an image. I can't see the comments right now, so you'll have to help me if there is. So there's actually 4 wings there in the end. Okay, let me get back to you. Instas. Is it going? There we go. It's back. Okay. Yeah, I missed some of the comments, so bear with me. Candy corn. Candy corn is one that, like, I don't think that's anybody's favorite. Well, I guess it might be some people's favorite, but circus peanuts is definitely not anybody's favorite food. It'd be a fun costume. Oh yeah, I'll give you that. But you can't go around telling people that's your. You can't spout off to people that, hey, this is check out this cool costume, because that ain't gonna fly in this town. No way. Imagine if it's a Pez dispenser, but it's just your head. Like the top of it, you don't go to the trouble of making a different, like a different head on the top of it. It's just your head. Like you're like, oh, this is a Pez dispenser that's styled after me. Circus peanuts are the best doorstops. Okay, is that like a thing, Mike? I need an answer on this, and there's a reason why I need an answer on this. Because at our school, we have a little glass jar of circus peanuts that are at the foot of a door. And so, like, is that like a joke that has been out there and I just didn't know it? It's like everybody knows that it's like using a fruitcake as a brick. Like, just that's the joke. And I'm just not privy to it. What, about a fruitcake? No. But it's just weird because we literally have one like by a door at school. Wait a second. Mike, have you been to my school? Are you secretly coming in and sneaking around? Are you the one that's been doing graffiti in the bathroom upstairs? The not very good graffiti. Is that you? I'm talking to Mike. Ask him if he's the one that's doing the graffiti at school. The not very good graffiti that's there around. Fake mustache and a fedora, yes. That's you mean Pike Metric? Yeah, the new foreign exchange student. Oh yeah, true. Mike Petrick said, I have a fake mustache and a fedora. I sit in the back of the class. You haven't noticed yet.
Oh, hello. How many Langoliers out there? How many Felcheds? Well, guess what? If you have no idea what I'm talking about, go back to part 1 of this Gab and Doodle session when I had on Lydia Nichols and we talked about Murder, She Wrote. This is me jumping in for the last portion of this. I ran out of time there, and I'm going to be making a bunch of little cicadas on my piece, and I'm going to be wrapping this up hopefully soon. But if you have questions or anything of the sort, you throw them in them comments, and I'll try to do my best to answer your questions. Woo, 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 woo. I'm trying to make silly little cicada eyes because they're pink. And I'm going to do little bug parts on them and things of the sort. So, ask away if you have questions. I'm going to keep doodling, and we'll go from there. Woo, 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 woo. Energy. It's a thing I got. Energy. It's hidden in my snot. Energy. It's late at night. I am tired. That's all right. Energy. It's a thing we know. Energy. It's part of the show. Energy. I like it. Yeah. Energy. Yeah. What do you think? Energy. Does it stink? Energy. Allergy. I don't know. Am I? Cool. I'm singing along with myself to the feed that we have upstairs. To the delayed feed that we have upstairs. I want to put little smiley faces on these guys. Because they're happy. They're happy little cicadas. Oh boy, happy cicadas. Maybe I need to have something that references that in this. Got some little eyes. Oh, I forgot two of them here. Here's my cicadas. Oh, cicadas. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, I'm not good at this. Maybe I'll put little party hats on them. And it says, "You're 7." Somewhere. That's true. How do cicadas have antennae? Oh dear, research lady upstairs. What? Because I can't look it up down here. Okay. Thank you. Leggies on my cicadas. Leggies, leggies, leggies. On the cicadas. Give them little feet on here. I'll do those later. This is one of those, I don't know if this makes sense, like this didn't, I'm starting to like this piece more and more the more I draw these little details in. I didn't particularly like it until maybe a few minutes ago. All of a sudden it's starting to make more sense to me because they're sort of silly version now. Ooh, this guy doesn't have feet. I have meetings tomorrow in the morning. I'm gonna be tired tomorrow. Yeah. I know, I realized that as I said it. It sounded like something from Community, the show Community. Abed and... what was his name? Troy and Abed. Yeah. That sounded like Troy and Abed in the morning. else on all these? I think I did. Oh, no. I'm done here. I didn't do it. Okay. Which I use a regular line. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, Lauren. My wife wants me to make one a husk. She said, you need to do this. Yeah, she said it would be gross. And she's right. It would be gross. My son wanted me to draw a fish that looked like my dog. I didn't do that. I hope he won't be upset. What do you mean, some of the connecty lines? Oh, like some of the interior lines. Yeah, I was going to do some of that potentially with colored pencil. So it's not all the same all the way around. I'm on it. Loud and clear, dear. To correct that mouth in that guy. Yeah, the Sharks and the Jets. Okay. There's that. Now let me get in here with some of the color that I was going to use, and I'm going to do. That may not show up. I might need to go a little bit lighter than that. Let me see. pencil sharpener? Where's my pencil sharpener? There we go. Okay, now I think I might actually just paint party hats on them versus trying to do collage for them. Might be a little bit easier than trying to manage it with collage just because of the scale. I do want, let's try another red. Okay. Let's get So if people have questions, you can throw it in the comments. I'm happy to chat with people. Got quiet now. It's okay. I missed some lines over here. Okay, now the question is, how do I do little party hats? Probably yellow, I would think. No. Oh, no, that's gonna look like a beak. Can't do yellow. Yeah, sorry folks, I'm trying to figure out, like, if I put what I don't want it to do is look like a little beak, and so yellow. Okay, yeah, everybody, hey, everybody. Hey. How's everybody doing? Tonight? Well, that's fantastic, everybody. I'm glad to hear it. Hey, hey, hey. My wife wants me to explain why I'm being weird. And it's because she asked me to be louder. Because I was being too quiet, and then it just looked like I was mumbling. And then in order to negate that, I started being loud. But the problem is I'm being dumb when I'm being loud, and that's why I sound dumb. You know, classic me. You know what I'm saying, everybody. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. I'm trying to make something interesting here. I don't think I can do party hats, Lauren. I said, I don't think I can do party hats because it starts to look like a beak, and then they look like they're upside down. And that's a problem. What? Well, just in general, it's placement-wise, it's a little awkward, and so I don't think I can do that. I gotta figure out if there's something else I can do. Maybe. Where's my eraser? I need my eraser. There it is. What? But I already put all their legs down. You suggested it as I was doing it, man. Yo-huh. Yo-huh. Oh. Let's see, how about I mean, I could do streamers and stuff, but I feel like that it's already pretty chaotic. I mean, it may be okay just like this. Maybe I don't need to do a big old thematic thing. Let's just overwhelm it with locus pocus. I'm just looking to see what would happen if I actually put in just a few more. Is that crazy talk? Yeah, from there they look like dots. From here they also look kind of like dots. I'll try to make them look as smiley as I can. And give them little rosy cheeks potentially too. Do. see. Let's give him little warm cheeks potentially. At least on a couple of them. And that one. What I'll do is come back on top of them with something like that. Box. I'm trying to see where else it's sticking up here. I think it's just you and me on here right now, Lauren. Yeah, it's died off. Let's see. What'd you say? People are joining now again. Yeah, party time. Party time. Okay, let's see. Are there other fun things that I can do? Are there other fun things that I can do? Cicadas. Tomatoes. Cicada, tomato, potato. Cicada, potato, tomato. Cicadas. How about Well, I'm trying to figure out, like, if I want to put something else in this, should it be birthday related? Should it be, I mean, it's a question of where, too. Like, I mean, if I make giant party hats, could potentially work, but that's a big if. It's a big if. Let's see if I have anything that's the right color for it, first of all. Like, if I wanted to do, I need a bright stinker yellow. Let's see if I can find a nice yellow that would work here in some scraps, just so I can see. Just so I can see. I think I have some scrap here that's the right color. There we go, I thought I saw some. Hold on. Where'd that go? Where'd that go? Maybe this. Just for the sake of argument. Maybe something like this. But how do I put them on here so they feel like party hats? I think the problem is they're weird shaped bodies and heads. And so putting little, they're still gonna feel like beaks. It's always gonna feel like a beak, I think. Just because they're bird-like. Yeah. I'm trying to, for anybody that's watching, this is the hard part. Trying to figure out what I do with this thing to make it work. It's not as easy as just saying done. Is there anything I can do to help push these cicadas? I could have them all say buzz, 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 or no, what's the chirp, chirp? Because cicadas make crazy noise. So they're all saying buzz, 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 buzz. But that's almost like too much like a bug. Let's see, will you look up real quick for me, what noise does a cicada make? Let's see. Does it say buzz? Here, I'm looking here too. Let me see. I'm going to. But it refers to it as a buzz. Do you think it's worth doing that? I mean, it'd be a little words that they would say. So it'd just be like a little word, buzz, buzz. Okay. Yeah, just to make sure that we're safe. Makes sense to me. I can do that. I can stop it there for the night. Just clean up this edge here so I have less scrap. There we go. Okay. To me, they sound like mini chainsaws. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, someone's TA, how it says, they sound like mini chainsaws. Which, yeah, it's a certain like noise, but how would you onomatopoeia that? I don't know. I mean, it could be like little musical notes. Yeah, that's true. It's a... Ooh, wait. Hold on. I want to see something. This is maybe crazy talk. What if... How could I do this? Just to test it out. I need a yellow. So let me see something. Hold on. I'm going to try something here. Bear with me, folks. This last ditch effort to see if it's worth doing at all. And this may be a complete dud. I'm going to try this. Make it nice, strong, punchy yellow. A little bit of this red in the mix, but tiny little bit, not a lot. Just to get that strong. And now I'm going to wait for this to dry. It's going to be a second. So this has to dry completely. That's the challenge. So we got to sit here and wait. I was going to see what happens if I cut out those letters so it says all the buzz. In a way, on this it says like all the buzz, and so it becomes more of like a little bit of a tight piece that sits on top of this. I gotta wait for it to dry. So in the meantime, we'll do this. What time are we at? As long as I wrap up by about 1, I will be okay tomorrow. question of like, where would I put? A. L. Make another L because that one is. The other one I have is too small. All. Come on, dry up for me. Dry up for me. This is just a test. This is not the finished thing. But let's see. Is that too close and close? Yeah, you're not going to see that. That would work maybe up there, but I would need black in this other section. Do I have any other black scrap? Let's see. All the buzz. That's too small. I don't think it's going to work at this scale. But we'll try. Well, I was looking at yellow, but it doesn't show up enough. I know. I mean, it could be a color, but I'm doing this just so I can see if it'd be fun to put in. I'm not doing this to have this be perfect right now. This is just literally like, would these words even fit in there without covering up stuff in some way? Because I don't want it to interact with the bugs themselves. So I did something like that, and then the problem is this one. It'd be cooler if it was one big word that sat right there. I mean, I could digitally move that guy over. I could try to fit it in a different location. I could make it smaller. I feel like I'm just trying to force something at this point. I just don't know if it's worth it. Yeah. All the buzz. Yeah, I'll end it there for the night. Okay. So, let me, ready? All the letters go bye-bye. Slide off there, buddies. So what we'll do is we'll end here for the night. What? What'd you say? Oh, yes. So next week, we're going to have on Tom Booth. It was Tom Will Tell on Instagram. He'll be joining us at 8 o'clock at night. I said, he's popular. Yes, he is. All these people are popular that we have on. Tonight we had Lydia Nichols. Next week is Tom Booth. The following week is Erica Sorotich. The following week, I can't remember that far out. And we keep going and we keep going and keep going. This Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, I have Jonathan J. Todd on for an hour-long session of Gab and Doodle live from the Kids Graphic Novel Festival from the Silver Unicorn in Acton, Mass. And then I believe at 3:30, if I do my math correctly, I have another hour-long session with Jamie Ho, who is Chicken Girl Design on Instagram. And Jonathan J. Todd is Jonathan J. Todd. And both of those will be hour-long sessions live, and we'll see how it goes. Who knows how the audio is going to be and what the weather's going to be like. I hope the weather's going to be good. But for tonight, this is what I'm going to wrap with. If people have questions or whatnot, shoot me a DM. And I'll try to answer questions the best I can. I'm going to clean up this mess, and I'll sort of end on the finished image as best I can. Let me get some of this junk paper out of the way so I don't have to deal with it next time. But, again, I had a good time tonight with Lydia Nichols, and if you go back and watch part 1, you will see we had a silly time, especially at the end, where we're making fun of each other, which is always good in my book. I like when people make fun of me and I make fun of them, and it's a make fun fest. I don't know if that's a real term, but I'm going to use it. And then next week we'll have someone else on and continue us until the end of time. Chicharras make sound in the summer night in Argentina. I don't know if that's the same thing as cicadas, but I assume it is. Yeah, that's what these are. I grew up and there was a spot in Missouri, just outside of Kansas City, Missouri, that my grandparents lived, and I would go there during the summers, and I just remember the noise of noise that would just go on at night. It actually is sort of a nice fond memory of cicadas. So hold on a second, my wife's yelling at me. What, Lauren? Yeah, cicadas are cicadas. Yes, same thing. So we're having an influx of them. I haven't seen any around here. I don't think we're actually within the region. I think it where they've come about is just south of us, but I guess they're hitting the country pretty hard. But we have not seen them in the region that we're in. We're a little too far north, I think. But this is a bunch of them popping up out in the world piece. So here we go. We'll end just like this. Right there. I hope everybody has a lovely night. I will see you hopefully live on here on Saturday. Otherwise, I'll see you next week for another Gab and Doodle. All right. Good night, everybody.